Meeting to order at 9:03. And clerk, can you please conduct roll?
Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Chair Hamburg is absent by prearrangement. Chair Croskey?
Here. Thank you. I'd like to invite Phil Dow to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. So we have 3 proclamations this morning. First is agenda item 2A, discussion and possible action, including adoption of proclamation honoring and commending 5th District Supervisor Dan Hamburg upon his retirement from the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors honoring Supervisor Dan Hamburg for his years of service on the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors and his service to the County of Mendocino. Whereas Dan Hamburg was elected to office in 1980 and again in 2010 and 2014, representing the constituents of the 5th Supervisorial District for 12 years and acting in the interests of all Mendocino County residents, including 3 terms as chairman of the Board of Supervisors. And whereas, as an over 40-year resident of the North Coast, Dan has always been engaged in local issues, including director of Ukiah Valley Child Development Center, a member of the Ukiah Planning Commission, and as executive director of Voice of the Environment. And whereas in 1992, Dan was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives as California's 1st congressional district representative, and while in Congress authorized the Headwaters Forest Act, a bill that passed the House overwhelmingly, worked for single-payer health care, cuts in military spending, equal rights for the LGBT community, rail transportation, and salmon restoration. And whereas, as an elected supervisor, Dan has served with distinction on many boards and committees, including the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, First 5 Mendocino, Local Agency Formation Commission, and Sonoma Clean Power, to name a few. And whereas his passion and concern for the environment, including old-growth forest preservation, has positively affected the local region through sponsorship of items on board agendas and his involvement in the community, the citizens of Mendocino County deeply appreciate his leadership, dedication to public service, and his passion for advocacy for sound public policy representing Mendocino County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby honors Dan Hamburg for his many years of service and dedication to the County of Mendocino. Dated December 18th, 2018, Georgeanne Croskey, Chair.
Thank you. Truly a lifetime of service. CEO Angelo?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Croskey. I would just like to let the board know that I was in contact with Supervisor Hamburg's wife this week, and Supervisor Hamburg does know that there was a proclamation done for him today, and he does send his regrets. As the statement was released by Sarah Stark Hamburg, I believe it was a few weeks ago, Supervisor Hamburg has been under medical care, I believe, since October. That is the reason he has not been here over the last few meetings. He realizes that not being here has been a hardship on this board with having 4 instead of 5 members, and he truly regrets that, but he has not been well enough to be here. And she wanted to be certain that I did make that statement, that he appreciates all of the time that he has spent in working with this board and certainly serving the citizens of the 5th District. There have been rumors out there that he's no longer a California resident, that he's moved. That is untrue. He is still a California resident. He still lives in California, in fact, in Mendocino County. And it was important that to him and to his wife that that information get out. And he's truly sorry that he has not been well enough to be here and work with this board. So I wanted to be sure that you all knew that, and that's on behalf of Supervisor Hamburg and his wife. And we know how much Supervisor Hamburg will be missed, not only by the residents in the 5th District, but by all of us for his many, many years in public service. So thank you.
Thank you, CEO Angelo, and we'll give this to you to make sure it gets to him. And he certainly has our well wishes, and we wish he could be here to accept this. Like you said, it is truly an amazing career in service. So, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments from the CEO updating us. And I just wanted to add one thing. Supervisor Hamburg and I, as all of us, have not always agreed on every issue, but he exemplified perfectly the principle of debating the issues on their merits rather than personalizing them. And, I think that sets a good standard for the incoming supervisors to follow, because we really do function much better when we do focus on the issues rather than the personalities. So again, I think Dan was a great example of that. He and I certainly didn't always agree on issues, but we were always able to keep the focus on the issues. So I have appreciated very much serving with him.
Supervisor Brown.
I as well, Supervisor McCowan, and I was really somewhat uncertain of what our relationship would be when Supervisor Hamburg was coming on the board, but it has been wonderful. We have worked together strongly as colleagues, and you're absolutely correct. Everything was based on the merits of the agenda items coming before us, and I'm just very thankful that I got to serve with him as long as I did, and have a friendship now that'll go forward into time. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item 2B, discussion and possible action, including adoption of proclamation honoring and commending 3rd District Supervisor Georgeanne Croskey for her service on the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. And I will not be reading this one.
Let me do that. So, proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors honoring Supervisor Georgeanne Croskey for her service on the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors and her service to the County of Mendocino. Whereas Georgeanne Croskey was appointed by Governor Edmund G. Brown Jr. to represent the 3rd District for the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors in May of 2017 and has devotedly represented the constituents of the 3rd District since that time, acting in the interest of all Mendocino County residents, and is currently serving as Vice Chair of the Board of Supervisors. And whereas Georgeanne proudly served in the United States Air Force and the Air Force Reserves, earning degrees in both physics and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine from the Ohio State University, where after she returned to her hometown of Willits to establish a large animal veterinary practice. And whereas as a mother of 3 children, Georgeanne represented her community as a board member of the Willits Unified School District prior to being appointed to the Board of Supervisors. And whereas as an elected supervisor, Georgeanne has served with distinction on many boards and committees, including the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, the Mendocino Fire Safe Council, and the Mendocino Council of Governments. And whereas her passion and concern for the safety and welfare of the 3rd District residents has positively affected the local region through sponsorship of items on board agendas, as well as her involvement in the community. The citizens of the Mendocino County deeply appreciate Georgeanne's leadership, dedication to public service, and her passion for advocacy for sound public policy and representing Mendocino County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Mendocino County hereby honors Georgeanne Croskey for her service and dedication to the County of Mendocino.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members, Madam Chair. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. I just wanted to make a few comments. Georgeanne stepped in under some trying circumstances, and during her time with the board, she's been instrumental in working on many things and has served her constituents very proudly. From the internal perspective, she's been a pleasure to have inside of our internal working dynamic. She's been working tirelessly on several issues. She's assisted us as a whole in becoming a better, productive organization. So I wanted to thank you.
Thank you very much. It certainly has been my honor to serve. I originally applied with every intention of running. Life changes, and I won't be moving forward, but it's been wonderful. It's been, a pleasure. I didn't get done as much as I wanted to get done. I've got years worth of plans, but I really have learned a lot from all of you and from staff, and I really just appreciate it. So thank you very much. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And when you were appointed and then came on the board, I mean, how many people get to serve with an individual as a colleague that you knew growing up as a child in Willits, and one of our 4-H'ers. So it's been wonderful. I consider you a real rock star. 3 children, vet practice. Was sad we lost you as our vet, and we'll not have you in the future, but I'll find out when you're coming home on vacations or something from your parents. But I wish you the best in your future, but it has been a real honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Well, likewise, and when you were first appointed, you immediately became very engaged, very active, and I do think it's frankly a loss for Mendocino County. After you first became appointed, I was actually concerned that once you saw what the job actually entailed, you would say, what the heck was I thinking? But what has been obvious is that you're actually a natural for this line of work, and you will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate all the kind words.
And I would really like for someone to come up with the camera, and maybe we can all stand right here by the flags and the seal and get our picture with Georgeanne.
Okay, let's move on. I don't need any more kind words. That was enough. All right. Agenda item 2C, discussion and possible action, including adoption of proclamation honoring and commending Assessor Clerk Recorder Susan Ranochek upon her retirement from the County of Mendocino. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors honoring Susan Ranochek for her years of service as Assessor Clerk Recorder for the County of Mendocino. Whereas Susan Ranochek began her public career with Mendocino County in 1984 as a county appraiser and was promoted to Assistant Assessor in 2003. Throughout her career, spanning over 15 years, Sue worked tirelessly, ultimately being elected to the position of Assessor Clerk Recorder, taking office in 2008. Establishing the beginning of her 11-year tenure in office. And whereas Sue's commitment to public service consumed untold hours of her time serving on several land, state, and professional boards and committees, including serving as director of the California Timber Industry Advisory Committee, director of Mendocino Council of Governments, treasurer of St. Mary's School Foundation, and is a member of the Ukiah Rotary Club. And whereas, during Sue's extended career, vast improvements in technology and information management demanded many changes within the organization. And whereas, under Sue's guidance, Mendocino County improved the ballot counting process, including improvements associated with posting results on the Assessor Clerk Recorder Department's website within moments. And whereas Sue Ranochek has had a long and distinguished career and can take great pride in her service to the citizens of Mendocino County. Whereas the citizens of Mendocino County deeply appreciate her leadership and dedication to public service, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino recognizes and honors Assessor Clerk Recorder Ms. Susan Ranochek for her years of service, dedicated leadership, and commitment, and further that this board extends to Sue its congratulations and best wishes for continued success on the occasion of her retirement, dated December 18th, 2018, and signed by our chair, Georgeanne Croskey. Sue.
Some days I can't.
And before she, am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Before she speaks, this was an honor for me, having a father-in-law that served as assessor for about 27 years. So thank you, Sue, too, for your service.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate this proclamation. 34 years is a long time. I felt like I was, a kid when I first started. First job straight out of college. Never thought I would be an appraiser to begin with a degree in accounting, and honestly never thought I would stay for 34 years. I have had a wonderful career, and I appreciate all the assistance I've received from you and the executive office, and of course my attorney, and of course the employees that make me look good every day. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Chair Croskey.
Yes.
So if I could, when I returned to the county in 2015, Sue Ranochek was one of the first faces that I saw that I went, oh, that's right, there's a lot of people here that I still know and still enjoy. And I want to say, I come in here often on Sundays, often I see Sue there, I can get her after hours. There's not a week that goes by, if not a day, that I give her a call to get information, to follow things up. She is tireless in her work, and I think that a lot of people don't see that and understand that about her. So, and I will also, in terms of commenting on that, her way she stepped up during the fires to volunteer in the EOC and in the local assistance center, never sent other people. She went in and did all the work herself. So really admire her work ethic, and we'll be very sorry to see her go.
Thank you. And since I didn't call on you, can you just state your name so we have it on the record?
Catherine Elliott, County Council.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as someone who is occasionally in the building after hours, I can attest that Sue Ranochek frequently is in the building after hours and on weekends. So that shows a pretty high level of dedication to the job. So thank you.
Okay. Before we move on to our consent item, are there any public comments on the proclamations? Okay. Moving on, actually, we have public expression next. Do we have any public expression? No public expression for items not on the agenda.
Oh, might be one.
Oh,
No.
no. Okay, no public expression today. Okay, moving on then. Next, we're moving on to number 4, our consent calendar, and we will have item 8A, the approval of the Fourth Amendment to Board of Supervisors Agreement 11147, is going to be considered along with the consent calendar today. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, are there any items to pull for separate consideration? Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would request that we pull item 4K and take it up later in the meeting if there's no objection.
Any comments as far as pulling that for the later in the meeting? We don't normally consider things later in the meeting. Is there a...
Can we, why later in the meeting?
Right.
Well, because I've got a number of questions about it, and I think it's a fairly important issue to make sure that it's truly tax neutral, and I frankly have some questions. And the department contacts are the CEO and Steve Dunnicliff, so I don't think it's an inconvenience to ask that it come up in the afternoon, and the purpose for that is so to not get us off track.
Well, we have a rather full afternoon, and we do have our tax collector and assessor here, so perhaps it would be easier. I guess we'll see. Is there any other desire to have it in the afternoon? Supervisor Brown.
I think it's important. Did you write your questions down and submit them to staff? So.
No, I did not.
Okay. Well, I would really just like us to get through the rest of the consent calendar and take this up now if we can.
Well, sure, we can do that, but what I don't want to do is see us delay the presentation of the service pin awards. So, and we have one item coming up right after this, I believe, that is fairly involved, the roof replacement issue. So we frequently have deferred action on items from consent that were pulled. I don't see the big issue with that, but so that would be my request, but it'll be to the will of the chair.
I'd like to hear it now. We do have a rather full afternoon with a couple of public hearings, so I think we should just hear it after the consent. Any other items to be pulled?
No, but I will have comment on some items.
Okay, and I have a comment on item 4P. Supervisor Brown, Jordy, any items to pull or comment? Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar with the exception of item 4K.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Any public comment on the consent calendar? Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've made the comment before, we often have pretty significant items on the consent calendar, and then we keep hearing that we're really not doing anything. But a lot of items that have previously been considered and the board's given direction for will appear on consent calendar even though they're pretty significant. So one of those is item 4N, whole person care. It allocates $1.7 million pursuant to a 5-year grant the county received, and this is to improve health outcomes for people with serious mental illness, particularly those who are either homeless or have housing instability. So this is where part of the mental health money that the county receives is allocated. We have 2 very significant items for road repair associated with the 2017 October fires, items 4X and 4W, a total of about $4.37 million that the county is allocating to repair roads damaged as a result of the fire and or the fire recovery when we had heavy trucks running up and down some of our county roads. These projects will be, I believe, 93% reimbursable from the Federal Emergency Management Association, and the only reason we're in line to get that reimbursement is the advocacy of this board, of the executive office of the Director of Transportation, Howard DeShiel, and his staff for documenting the need for the repairs. We have one other item that is associated with fire recovery. It involves United States Economic Development Administration grant to assist with infrastructure development at a former industrial site to return that land to productive use. This will be accomplished should the grant be awarded, and we are fairly confident it will be, and also the property owner contribution. So without cost to Mendocino County, we hope to see significant infrastructure development that will further the redevelopment of a former industrial site. So those are all pretty significant things that the board has previously directed and supported, as well as the executive office, other county departments and staff. But if you don't go through the consent calendar with a fine-tooth comb, you don't see those things.
Thank you. And I just wanted to highlight item 4P, which is the agreement with the Covelo Fire District. And that will be to enhance advanced life support, as well as help purchase a new basic life support ambulance for the fire district. So again, I think that's a big win, something that is really important. And while it is on consent, because it's, like you said, it's not controversial, I think that it will have a big impact in the Covelo area. So I just really appreciate all the work that that staff did on that, and multiple trips out to Covelo and lots of interviews. And I think sometimes you don't see all the work that goes behind some of these little one-line agreements. So I really appreciate that. Any further comments before we vote? Okay, please vote by the button on the consent calendar.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Thank you. And now we will take up item 4K, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And just for the record, if I may, it's adoption of resolution approving a funding agreement with the Pacific Forest and Watershed Land Stewardship Council in the amount of $442,564 to implement a tax neutrality requirement and foregoing collection of future property taxes from approximately 797 acres with the assessor parcel numbers listed north of Potter Valley.
Excuse me, Chair Croskey, I think staff
Yes.
did have a few comments on the Covelo item
Oh, okay, thank you.
before we get into this item. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Tammy Moss-Chandler, Director of Health and Human Services. Thank you for allowing me to come forward for public comment on the consent agenda. I just had a few more kind words to relay to Supervisor Croskey from Covelo, and in particular the Volunteer Fire Department in Covelo. The chief there, who's a volunteer chief, Doreen Freeman, regrets she wasn't able to be here with their team today, but certainly wanted to relay the gratitude that they express in Supervisor Croskey's commitment over the last 2 years with really significant changes in the advanced life support ambulance services available to Covelo and the aging equipment that the volunteer fire department had to provide basic life support services in Covelo. And honestly, I have to say, if it wasn't for the determination and tenacity of Supervisor Croskey, we wouldn't have this item here today on the consent agenda. So I wanted to relay those thanks to you from Covelo.
Thank you. And I think tenacity equals hounding, but tenacity sounds a little bit better. Thank you very much. Okay, staff, as far as 4K, if you'd like to give some comments before the discussion.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO, and here primarily to respond to questions or concerns with the item, if that's relevant. If your board would like a brief overview of what this is and what it's trying to accomplish, I can provide that as well. Madam Chair, do you have direction for me? Okay, so the PG&E through a lawsuit settlement approximately a decade ago agreed to relinquish large amounts of land holdings throughout the state of California. As a part of this process, the Pacific Land Stewardship Council was created to oversee the distribution of land and make recommendations to which entities might receive that land. The Board of Supervisors has received updates from the Stewardship Council over the years on this process. I believe that it was in 2011 the board approved a letter of support for the Eel River Planning Unit, which is the area encompassed in Mendocino County. The Stewardship Council recommendation is to transfer these lands of approximately 797 acres from PG&E to the Potter Valley Tribe. And in return for that transfer, would make a payment of about $442,564 to the County of Mendocino to implement a tax neutrality requirement. This would involve the county foregoing collection of future property taxes from that land. As a component of this, the Stewardship Council has also would also allow that payment that they would be required to make to go directly to the Potter Valley Tribe if the board was not interested in receiving that lump sum payment at this time. And so also this land transfer is contingent on approval by CPUC staff. The best information we have at this point is that the CPUC staff approval is expected to occur in February of 2019. So with that, I'm available, and we've also, as was noted, we have the tax collector and the county assessor and the auditor's office is monitoring if they're not in the chambers.
Thank you. Comments from board?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my only concern is what guarantees do we have that Mendocino County will not incur liability? So there is this lump sum payment to be made, and then if I understand it, on an annual basis, Mendocino County would remit to the other special districts and presumably the school districts their share of those property taxes. And is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so this is intended to be a perpetual agreement?
This agreement, as written, if I may through the chair, is written with no lifespan on the agreement. It's a perpetual agreement. My understanding from the auditor's office is that the funding it would be covered for approximately 25 years, the property tax payments.
And so I didn't, maybe I missed it, I didn't see in here that at the conclusion of the expenditure of the funds that there's no further liability to the county to pay taxes to the other taxing entities.
And if it would be appropriate, I think that the county assessor may be most appropriate to answer that question.
And, you know, a page number and section number.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor McCowan, the assessor's responsibility in this is going to be to place an assessment on the 797 acres. Now, what that value would be, we haven't run any comps. We haven't, you know, looked at the property. So I would only be hazarding a guess as to the value of the property. So let's just throw out a number of $1 million. So.
But again, my only concern is at the time that the funds provided here are expended, what guarantee is there that the county has no further liability to the other taxing entities?
The assessor will not stop their assessment. Who's ever sitting in this chair 25 years from now, it doesn't change the fact that this property will be assessed. So
well, but then
as
we will not be collecting taxes, however.
That's my understanding. So as to the liability, all I can say is the assessor will continue to assess the property. How the county chooses to handle that probably isn't a question that's best answered by the assessor, probably more so the auditor controller.
Okay, but
as
so
to
then,
what is going to happen at that point.
If I may, you make the assessment.
Right.
But, so it's still not clear to me that the county does not incur liability for the other taxing agencies.
And again, that is a question for the auditor controller.
Okay. Supervisor
so that's
Brown?
my concern.
Yes, and I would just like to say that with the tribe, I believe I heard from them, and I think you also did, Supervisor McCowan, that they plan to put this land in trust. So once it goes into a federal trust for the tribe, then what happens?
At that point, if they do, if the United States government does accept this into trust, then the assessor cannot assess the property. So say, for example, 5 years from now, the Bureau of Land Management and the Bureau of Indian Affairs approves the Potter Valley Tribe's application to put this property into trust. We would cease to assess it, and the county would still have that $428,000.
Supervisor
So there would be no assessment to offset that money with.
So it sounds like if all goes according to plan, which is a big if,
Yeah.
the property transfers to the tribe. The tribe, at their discretion, may pursue putting it into federal trust, which is they can propose it, but it's up to the federal government to act on that proposal.
Right.
So it's beyond their control whether or not the federal government does in fact accept it. It's also beyond the county's control as to the time frame by which the tribe does or doesn't actually submit the paperwork.
Correct.
So there's 2 points of risk that I'm seeing for the county here. One is the tribe changes its mind and decides they don't want to put it in trust because they're not paying the taxes on it anyway, because the county's on the hook for it. 2, they do submit the paperwork at some point in the future and the federal government turns it down, and then the county's still on the hook paying the school district. I mean, the schools, most people don't really know this, but I just want to get it out there. This, even though everybody writes their property tax to the county, we all just did it recently, about half of that property tax goes to the schools. It doesn't stay with the county. And so if people watching this on TV are curious why we're talking about this, is because over half of the property tax goes from the county treasury to those different different agencies.
Right. One thing I would like to clarify is that if they do put it in trust, there is no assessment, so there is no distribution of taxes once that property goes into trust. So
yeah, I understand that. I'm just
Right.
saying there's 2 points of risk here. I'm saying one
Right.
is that submittal, which is not by the county but by the tribe, perhaps doesn't actually happen. 2, if it does go forward, it's beyond the tribe and the county's control whether or not the federal government accepts it.
True.
So there's 2 points of risk there I'm seeing as currently configured.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, and thank you. And the other comment is there is a large conservation easement also on the land, and that was part of the Stewardship Council gifting the land to the tribe. And I believe the Mendocino Land Trust holds that easement to make sure that certain lands within that property are undeveloped, and within that property there is not any riparian land involved. This is all hill property. So.
Okay, any further questions? Supervisor McCowan?
Well, whether the land is held in trust or not, the owner of that land, pursuant to the terms of this agreement, will bear no liability for taxes. So it's the county that will be responsible to pay the proportionate share to the other taxing entities, is my understanding. I don't see anything in this agreement that says at the expiration or the exhaustion of the funds set aside, and again, this is a problem that'll occur 25 years in the future, but one line of type would provide that the county, once those funds have all been distributed out to the taxing entities, including the county, would have no liability for ongoing share of taxes to special districts or school districts. And again, if that language is in here or something that makes it clear that that's the case, I would appreciate being told of that. Otherwise, although I support every other aspect of it, I wouldn't be able to support potentially placing the county at risk. It's a simple issue that ought to be able to be simply clarified, and perhaps Mr. Dunnicliff can do so.
If I may, through the chair, my current understanding of the only no-risk solution or no potential future liability to the county is to direct that the payment go to the tribe so the tribe can make payments. I think that based on the discussion about the land potentially being put into trust, the risk there is that the land would be put into the trust and the county would forego any of the revenue that it would have collected. This item, if your board would like, can be continued to a later date. And I did want to mention that the Stewardship Council has completed agreements with Shasta County, Alpine, Amador, Fresno, Nevada, Placer, Yuba, Tehama, and Tuolumne. So there are model agreements that are out there. The county's documentation is based on the model agreements that have been approved in other jurisdictions. But I understand the concern that's being raised, and we're here to assist the board.
Supervisor McCowan?
And even if we were to transfer the funding to the tribe, that doesn't absolve the county of responsibility, as I understand it. And the county is not indemnified by any action that could be brought by a third party, such as another taxing entity. So frankly, I would appreciate it if we would refer this back to staff and see if we can get an assurance that the county will not have future liability beyond properly distributing the funds that are allocated here, and that once those are exhausted, there would be no future liability.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Okay, any other discussion from the board? Supervisor Jordy?
Just that I agree. I think, I know that 2 supervisors joined this board in 2009 and enjoyed a very rough road at the very beginning of their terms because other supervisors had not looked at the long term before, and created a bad economic situation for the fiscal situation for the county. And I know that all of us on the board don't want to create financial hardships for the county going in the future, even though we won't necessarily know those people on the board at that time.
Or be around me.
Yeah.
Okay. So we would like to refer this back to staff to review the liability for the county. I don't know what exact wording you wanted upon the. Do you just want liability of the county? Do you want anything more specific?
I think they understand.
Okay.
Yeah, and perhaps there's a simple explanation that I'm not seeing, so either that explanation or ideally, if necessary, an additional sentence or paragraph that clarifies the issue.
Okay. All right. We will move on to item 5C, a notice public hearing, discussion and possible approval to establish shorter Williamson Act contracts effective in calendar year 2019 pursuant to state statute, making the requisite finding pursuant to Government Code Section 16142.1D. Supervisor Brown?
Yes, I have to recuse myself from this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay. We will open the public hearing at 9:45 a.m. Has all telephone and correspondence been received?
None received.
Okay, thank you. And we will head to staff for presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sue Ranochek, Assessor, Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters. On July 15, 2011, the legislature enacted AB 1265, which allows counties to offset a portion of the loss of the Williamson Act subvention funds. AB 1265 permits counties to voluntarily implement new contracts that are 10% shorter in exchange for a 10% reduction in property tax relief enjoyed by the landowner. If the landowner does not want to participate, the option to non-renew the contract is available. AB 1265 allows the counties to participate if they find that the county received less than 1/2 of the foregone property tax revenue pursuant to Government Code Section 16142.1D for the previous fiscal year. For fiscal year 2018-19, the foregone tax revenue is approximately $1,551,063. Mendocino County will receive 0 in Williamson Act funding from the state for the fiscal year 2018-19. The county is not mandated to implement Government Code Section 16142.1D. The statute simply allows the opportunity for the county to implement on an annual basis. Notices to all landowners in the program that have not been previously non-renewed were mailed on December 6, 2018. The notification included the scheduled public hearing. The notice of hearing was also published in the Ukiah Daily Journal's November 21, 2018 edition. At the public hearing, the board can make a final decision to implement the provisions of AB 1265. If the board decides to implement, staff will send notification to landowners of the final decision and their right to file a notice of non-renewal. The board can also take the action to not approve the implementation of AB 1265.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? No questions? Any public comment on this item?
I'm Lark Krug from Fort Bragg, and recently I had purchased some property under the Williamson Act, and is directly across from other properties that we have. I'm not opposed to the concept of the county recovering part of the taxes, but what concerns me is that I did buy the property based on the presumption that the tax issue was therefore implicitly stated in the cost that I paid for the property. What I'm curious is what you will be considering as an option for those of us who actually may have therefore overpaid because our taxes will be raised on it. So I should have actually been paying less money for the property. I paid the money, it's not a complaint. But what I'm curious is what rights will I have to have the property reevaluated based on the fact of an increasing tax rate, implicitly in a lower price.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Grant Robinson. I'm in Mendocino on South Highway 1 in Manchester, right on the ocean. So we have a bigger complication with the fact that we can't even do anything on our property, and we're in the Williamson Act. We have to do everything through the California Coastal Commission, even though we're in agriculture. So we're inhibited, although we paid $3 million for 266 acres. That's what it was assessed at. Not that we knew this when we bought it in 2015, because we took it on assessment at the time, not knowing that it's reassessed after a new owner takes possession. So the taxes went up exponentially, to say the least. So on that, our first installment this time now with what was adopted is $5,346.19, the first installment. We're in agriculture, we're in ranching. Does anybody that's making this decision have property in there, the Williamson Act? That would be a question that I'd like to know. Second of all, who does it really benefit? Yeah, I'm gonna give you a letter that one of my sons wrote, okay, 18, right? I got this morning given to me. Dear ladies and gentlemen of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, I fully support and push for the raise of the taxes, because I'm going to beat them when I get home, in the area and believe it should have been done sooner. I've never disliked an area of the United States more than this sad and isolated county. This tax increase will finally be able to destroy it for good. As if the prices of common commodities weren't high enough already, the higher tax rate might finally enlighten the people of this area, open their eyes to how boring Mendocino County truly is. Now that nobody can pay for $20 sandwiches or $4 bottles of soda, us good citizens will have an abundance of the time which can be used to do the one fun activity in the area. Stare at the ocean for hours and end. Some fun activities might include trimming the police response time and saving an officer can arrive under an hour and a half. That's what response time to our place is. An hour and a half. And the roads, anybody here been over Greenwood Philo Road? How would you like to be that your only emergency access? The only last thing I've seen since I got here in 2015 is they painted the line on the road. Haven't finished the road from Manchester that goes over. That's never been completed from the washout 2 years ago. See if you can create, arrive in a half an hour, or maybe just seeing you can create fun by rubbing two sticks together. My favorite is keeping
Sorry, I
track
need you to wrap up,
of
though, 'cause your
meth
3
and
minutes is up.
heroin users. In the public school system, they're teaching, as in Point Arena, which I'm sure you're all probably aware of, correct? Shooting up heroin in the bathroom.
Thank you, sir.
We got a problem. What are we getting back for this tax? That's what we want to know.
My name's Kyle Farmer. I'm a cattle rancher. As some of these leases burn, I'm a cattle rancher with an increasingly large range of trying to find unburned ground. One of the things that is making my living possible, as well as the living of the elk and marbled murrowit and all sorts of other creatures that I think appreciate that some of this land isn't getting developed, is the Williamson Act. And I have been told by 3 different landowners, each of them with significant acreage, that if they keep on paying the taxes that they're going to no longer try to have these pieces whole. One piece of property, particular on the coast, a beautiful piece of ground. I'm headed there right now to do some replacement fencing on it. And he's looked at his taxes and he says, I'm gonna sell the place if I can't figure this thing out. So I think the Williamson Act, I mean, the positive externalities of the Williamson Act are huge. And I don't think that most people realize how much of what we enjoy looking up into the hills or hiking in the hills is because of this little kind of obscure piece of legislation. In terms of our capacity to secure leases as some of these places change hands, developers from San Francisco have bought them. But they don't view it as an immediate need to try to go through the process of subdivision, and that's also because of the Williamson Act. So, you know, I've been thinking a lot about reversibility and irreversibility lately for some reason, and I think that, you know, land conversion is something that really is irreversible. I've never seen somebody jackhammer out a slab and put something back into a natural state. So I just hope we can continue this thing. Like the previous speaker was saying, you know, I don't think agriculture is ever going to be a big money-making business, but I just view the positive externalities, whether it's you know, natural environments or semi-natural environments, watershed advantages. We got to make sure that and also still feed ourselves. A few years ago at the Good Farm Fund, Tom Allman made a great speech about how there's lots of other reasons to try to have a local agricultural system, but in the end, the capacity to feed ourselves even in a situation where we might not have immediate access to a few days of grocery store is going to also be important. So I don't think that we can minimize how important it is, even though it might not seem that big a deal right now. We gotta keep on having some food grown here. So I'd appreciate if we can just try to keep that Williamson Act going, because it really is the lifeline, I think, of Mendocino agriculture. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Robert Sagehorn, and my grandfather, Fred, he put his ranch into the Williamson Act. He was actually the second contract in the county. Anyway, this is the second year, I believe, that this 9 instead of 10-year contract has been in effect. Now, the first year, previous tax year, when I looked at the property tax state billing, I didn't see any change. So I was kind of curious about that. This year's came in, and there was the change. And so I looked at those changes because we were told by Farm Bureau recommendation that we should anticipate a 10% property tax increase. And so several parcels. The first one I calculated was a 32% increase, 50% increase, 27%, 50%, 54%, even as much as 182%. So I couldn't see any rhyme or reason what was going on there, and I came in and talked with Dirk at the assessors, and he kind of showed me how they calculated it. I haven't followed back up on that. It was based on different parcels, different valuations being ascribed to different kinds of land, whether it was steeper or flatter, and things like that. What I had as a questions was how many property taxpayers are under contract, and how much additional, this is the first year, which will be this year and next year, the first year that the increase is applied. So I will be curious as to how much additional property tax revenues were generated by the program. That's more on an altruistic basis. And I'm curious as to what percentage that amounts to over the previous year when it was figured at a 10-year contract basis, and what the additional money was used for, and is it making a difference? And what other ways is the county using to fill the budget holes? So that's all I had.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any other speakers for public comment? Okay. Supervisor Jordy?
Well, there were a lot of questions raised by members of the public, and I think we should try to get answers to those. One is, I'll start with this one, to County Council. It was raised, how many of us who are voting on this have a conflict of interest and are enrolled in the Williamson Act? And my understanding is that if someone has a conflict of interest, they're ineligible from voting on the process. So if we all, or if I owned property that was in the Williamson Act, would I be able to vote on this?
So again, a lot of this is self-reporting, but this is why Supervisor Brown stepped away. It's not specifically because she's got land. It's my understanding that she
leases land,
leases. Yeah. So it's not such a direct conflict, but she still is, that is her basis for
she has a high ethical
herself.
Standard, and so
right.
she's doing that. Yeah. So it was a member of the audience asked us, would we be able to vote on this because we don't have land in Williamson Act? And the answer is yes. Because we don't have land in Williamson Act, we are able to vote on this.
Yes, sorry, that is correct.
And then another question that came up is there was a question as to how the assessment takes place. So if someone buys a piece of property in Mendocino County, does Mendocino County have a different process for assessing someone's value of their land versus if they bought a comparable property in Humboldt County? My understanding is there's a comparable process county by county because the state regulates how assessments takes place.
That's correct. Williamson Act properties are valued at what we call a restricted rate. So they're based on data that we receive from the county's ag report and any other industry values that we can get, and it's assessed basically on what income that land is producing. So if it's a piece of grazing property, of course, it's going to have a lower value than a prime vineyard would have. So typically, we assess grazing land at about $150 a unit. So if you've got a large piece of acreage, you could be looking at, say, 700 acres that has a restricted value of $30,000 or $40,000 in assessed value. So they would be paying, say, $400 in taxes. But if they've just recently purchased it, they may have paid $5 million for that property. So what happens is, under this legislation, we take that Prop 13 value that we've established as the base year, we subtract the restricted value that we've developed. So if you've got a landowner that has just recently purchased your property, you're going to get a higher AB 1265 assessment. That net difference is going to be higher than what it would be for somebody that has owned their property since 1975. So the older landowners definitely get a lower 1265 special assessment. So we take 10% of that net difference, and that's what we multiply by 1%, and that's what we place on the tax bill as a special assessment. In this county, we collected just under $500,000 for this special assessment. As I noted in the presentation, the foregone tax revenue between the Williamson Act and the Prop 13 Act, Prop 13 values for all the landowners under the Williamson Act is a little over $1.5 million. So we're recouping about a third of what we would recoup if the Board of Supervisors decided to non-renew and get out of the program completely. So there is a considerable difference there.
Okay, and just to recap, the way the Mendocino County Assessor's Office assesses property is the same procedure that occurs in every county in California. There's
It's
nothing
under
unique
the
about
R-
it.
It's under the R&T code. It's section 423 of the R&T code. We all do it the same.
So
The-
hopefully,
like I said, the actual price per acre could vary just because it's a different county and it's a different market, but the procedure is the same.
so hopefully, if someone's buying property in California, they understand how.
One would
property-
hope their realtor would tell them that, yes.
Okay, and I think you just explained another question that came up, which was what was the difference in going from the 9 year to from the 10 years to the 9 year, and you just said it's $500,000 in taxes versus $1.5 million if there was no Williamson Act program in Mendocino County, which some counties have not renewed the Williamson Act. Mendocino County has renewed the Williamson Act,
yes,
but under this new wrinkle, which is essentially recouping 1/3 of the taxes that were foregone in the past.
Right.
And then I think there was one other question that came up. I don't see anyone here from the Farm Bureau today, but I know in past years they've come and spoken in favor of this staff recommendation, the renewal of the Williamson Act, even with this recouping part of the property tax. And so I'm a little surprised, maybe it's just because the property tax bills have landed recently, that we're actually hearing complaints about this, because in the years past, we've had people who were in the Williamson Act saying, please approve this.
Right.
And yet today we're hearing kind of the opposite.
We've gotten a lot of phone calls, and we sit down and we explain what the notice is about, and we go through how their assessments are done over the phone once those notices go out. So the chief deputy appraiser and myself have been answering a lot of phone calls. We explain it. They're satisfied, and they don't. If they have no issue, they don't show up. The Farm Bureau has supported this in the past. It was actually their legislation that was carried by the legislature.
And then one final question. There was one question about where did these property taxes go? Now, in general, a majority of the property taxes that the county collects goes to local school districts. Is that the case? So when taxes are forgone under Williamson Act, is it only the county that is not receiving the taxes, or is that reduction in revenue also borne by, say, the school district, et cetera?
The foregone property tax revenue affects all of the districts, the school districts included, any special districts, anybody that's eligible for an increment of that property tax. Under this, the county, I believe, gets the entire amount, and it goes directly into the general fund. But you'd have to ask the executive office how that money comes into the budget.
CEO Angelo?
Yeah, thank you. That is accurate.
Okay, thank you.
So the foregone taxes are about 1.5 million, of which the school district is one of those. But the taxes that are recouped under this 9-year program versus the 10, which is $500,000, is going to the county general fund exclusively, it sounds like.
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess I think we've answered almost every question that was raised.
Okay. Any further comments for staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So really, the alternative isn't can they have a 10-year contract and get the benefit that people received prior to 2011. The alternative is to eliminate any tax benefit through the Williamson Act. And Mendocino County, by direction of the Board of Supervisors, has elected to implement 9-year contracts, which provides a reduced benefit but does continue it. Accurate?
You are accurate.
So it isn't, could you get a greater benefit if we did something different? It's, you could get no benefit if we did something different. And I think some of the concern that arises was from people who recently bought property, and so that would trigger a reassessment based on Proposition 13. So just for example, if someone bought a large rangeland property for $2 million that the previous owner had a base value of $1 million, their taxes would go up, their assessment would go up, but also their taxes would go up, even with the Williamson Act benefit.
Not necessarily, because like I said, we use a restricted value, and it is still based on that per acre income that can be earned. So they would still see a restricted value. What they're seeing as an increase in their, and they're using the term property taxes, is actually their special assessments. And a lot of taxpayers confuse that. They look at the overall total on their tax bill and go, oh my God, my taxes have gone up how much? And you know, we'll be happy to go over any questions that these gentlemen have. They can come back to the office with me and we will go over their tax bills and see. But the actual ad valorem portion really doesn't change much if it's a Williamson Act parcel, even if upon a transfer.
Thank you. And so I think, as you say, part of it could be, particularly people in the Coast Hospital District recently had a new assessment added, which could result in a significant increase in the total taxes collected.
Yeah.
So, and then finally, of course, to remain in Williamson Act, you must be engaged in productive agriculture.
Yes, you must.
So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor McCowan. I do appreciate you stating very clearly that the choice we're making here is not whether we go back to the 10-year, but whether we continue with the 9-year and 10% reduction, or we do away with the Williamson Act and those tax benefits. Do you have another comment for staff?
No, I'm ready for a motion if you are.
Well, let's close the public hearing then at 10:09. And Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. So I would move that we approve the establishment of shorter Williamson Act contracts effective in calendar year 2019 pursuant to state statute, making the requisite finding pursuant to Government Code Section 16142.1D, and direct staff to notify all affected landowners of final decision and the right to prevent the reduction in term by serving notice of non-renewal.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. The board is consistently supporting the Williamson Act to the extent permitted under the law.
Thank you. Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
And as a separate item, maybe the general government could review, would it be possible to simplify this process? It's odd, you know, pursuant to, it would require a change in state law, but it's odd that in order to continue the Williamson Act benefit, we have to subject ourselves to a fairly bureaucratic process with dual notice to the landowners. There's got to be a simpler way.
Again, that's a question for the legislature.
Right, but that might be a question for our legislative platform, just planting a seed.
Okay, let's vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement and Supervisor Brown recused.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 5L. That's discussion and possible action, including determination of the county roof replacement project funding priorities and authorization for the facilities and fleet division manager to establish capital improvement projects accordingly. The executive office is the sponsor. And we will start this item now. I just want to note that we do have a timed item at 10:30, so if we are not done by then, we'll take a break to do our awards.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliff, Deputy CEO. Before 10:30, we can certainly get through the presentation, and then there may be additional deliberation your board would want to have after that.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown?
I think it needs to be noted that Supervisor Brown has returned. Okay.
And I am here primarily to introduce to your board Doug Anderson, the county's assistant facilities manager, who will be leading this presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Doug Anderson, assistant facilities manager. So the presentation is, got a little bit of an outline here. We're going to talk about the prioritization, the criteria we would like to use in prioritizing the funding that we have. Last month, the board approved a first quarter adjustment that included $1 million for roof improvements with a decision to come back to you today with some information about how to prioritize that money. So that's kind of where we started here. So in addition to that, we would be looking at the condition of our roof, an overview of the roofs throughout the county. Then we're going to focus in on 3 high priority roof projects that are of concern. One is the administration center, the 2nd and 3rd phases of the project that's already been developed and prepared for bid. The second one is the main jail, where we've had some increasing issues, and the third is the emergency operations center building and the jail programs building. That's also a high priority concern. And then finally, we'll look at some funding options, or just kind of how you, the options you have before you. So as far as the criteria go, the things we want to look at are the type and conditions of the existing roof, the options we have to deal with what we have, and to get through until we can fund a project later. The third is associated risk, the risk associated with a problem or failure, who's operating underneath these roofs and what those impacts would be. And the last one is the total estimated cost of the proposed roof project, so we can think about how we're going to allocate those monies. Going through the larger overview, what we have in the first group are the newer recently completed projects. These we've been trying to focus on getting long-term warranties and roofs that are going to last a long time, as opposed to some of the less long-term options that have been used when the budgets have been tighter. So we've been able to develop these 10 roofs into longer-term roof systems that should serve the county well for a longer period of time. This next group are roofs that have been replaced, but with a limited warranty or with an overlay, which is a secondary roof that allows us to continue without going down to the base structure. Included in this is some that have been in place for quite some time, but are roofs that have particularly long lifespans, like the metal roofs at the animal shelter and the tile roof at the Ukiah Veterans Hall. Even though those may, from time to time, need some repairs here and there, they're, as a whole, the roofs are generally long-lasting systems. This third group are buildings where we have no reported issues, and we don't necessarily have any immediate need to address, but are areas where we're going to need to be looking at down the road. This is an extensive group, but if you have any questions on that, we can get back to those at a later time. Moving more to more urgent issues, we have a group of buildings that were where we've had projects in the last, since between about 2005 and 2012. It's called a foam roof. These were kind of emergency repairs or re-roofs that were done when budgets were very limited. And we had some serious issues going on with these buildings. It's a spray foam system that goes over the existing roof, and then basically a paint coating that goes over them. The biggest issue with these systems is that they require fairly regular maintenance. The last few years, we've been budgeting about $100,000 to do the recoating of those and to have a continual, at the same time, we have an ongoing maintenance program with these where we inspect them and look at them. You'll see some of these, kind of how that works when we get to the admin center roof, as that's the current roof on the remaining portions of the administration center. This one is the roofs that are kind of on our radar for fairly soon, needing to address roofs. These are things that are older. We've already noticed some issues that are arising or leaks that are starting to create problems. Again, as long as we can continue to maintain these, but over time, these are going to be the ones in the next few years that we're going to want to be getting on the list to be replaced. And this is then the group that we are focusing on right now in the next few years to try to deal with as quickly as possible. The three at the top are the ones we'll be getting in more in depth on. In addition to that, we have the third phase of the administration center. We also have the public health and the mental health building, where we did a portion of the work this past year. But again, the main portion is a foam roof that will ultimately need to be replaced. We already have architectural plans in place. This was out to bid once and came in over budget. And this is...
I'm going to interrupt for just a second. Supervisor Jordy has a question.
Question, because the lists show a few of the roofs are in green ink versus black, and what distinguishes the green versus the black?
Sorry, the green ink is our non-general fund buildings, where we would hope to get some of the funding from outside of the general fund. And then the two DOT buildings, the one in Fort Bragg is a pretty dilapidated building that it may not even be viable to put a new roof on once we get more in depth into what's going on there. And then the Ukiah DOT building has an old metal roof that really is going to be the next on the list. So those are that's kind of the overview, a big picture of what's going on with these, throughout the county. We'll be moving on next to specific buildings. Unless there's any other questions you guys have on the overall list. We're all good. We'll keep going.
Steve Dunnicliff, Deputy CEO. Just interrupting quickly. Doug has an appointment, a medical appointment for this afternoon, so we may lose him later. So what I'd encourage him to do is he's got a very detailed presentation here. Recognizing that your board is short on time, I'd like to encourage him to move as quickly as he can. And if he's zipping past the slide that your board is interested in, we can back up or address that. I apologize for the interruption.
So at the Administration Center in 2016, we replaced the main portion. It's up to the northwest, the upper left there. Last year, about exactly a year ago, we bid the project to do the other two. That was over budget, and in March we elected to reject all those bids and look at phasing that in smaller phases. At this time, we still don't have the funding to put that out to bid, and I think that was why this was prioritized in the initial staff report. If we look at this in a little more detail, where we're at right now is we have approximately $1.7 million budgeted for this project. As we split this into phases, we're assuming that $4.3 million for the entire project that was bid last year. The two phases would be between $2 and $2.5 million. Which would suggest that we need about another $800,000 to make sure that this project is funded in order to go out to bid. The other point of interest here is that the existing roof that we have is the foam over roof that I'll show you in a picture just a moment, that we've continued to maintain. We've tried to minimize the impact to the departments that are working underneath. There are still some active leaks, but we've contained those in what we call the drip nets, and we continue to maintain the roof above. And at this point, it's not getting worse as fast as it was before. And the main areas affected by the phase 2 of the roof is the environmental health and the planning and building department, HR, and information services is under the phase 3 portion. So now we get into looking at kind of what the roof is, and the roof area that you see, the white patches and the spray foam there is the process that we're using to maintain these roofs. One of the biggest problems we experience with these foam roofs is that they're, for whatever reason, attractive to birds, and so we get holes pecked in it all throughout the year. So every year we have to go through in the fall and inspect those, put these patches down, and make sure we're not having any ongoing or new roof leaks that are going to transfer into the building. The other important thing to consider here with the admin center roof is that at least half of the budget that we have in the analysis of this, the original bid for this, was for the HVAC equipment. In some cases, this equipment is as old as the roof underneath it and needs to be replaced. You can see the ducts that are also run on top of the roof. It's not just the units that are on the roof, like in the phase that we did above us here, but significant duct runs that are the warm air or cool air that's heading into the building is running through the ducts on top of the roof before it goes in. And with this project, we have the opportunity to improve that ductwork, reseal all those, and make sure that they don't have any leaks, and to make sure they're insulated at the current standard. So that's a big part of this project. It isn't such a major impact on the other ones we'll be looking at. So then, just to look at this in terms of the criteria that we have, that we're looking at this with. The first issue is, what are the patching and repair possibilities? And again, I'd like to stress that this is time-consuming and expensive as a maintenance item, but relative to the replacement, it's certainly something that we can continue to do. Again, we'll still experience leaks in some places, and there are leaks that we haven't been able to completely eliminate, but we've certainly reduced the severity and the number of leaks in kind of working through this process. Then the option, or item 2, is the question of whether there's other less involved process or options for improving the roof. In some cases, it's possible to overlay an existing roof, to just put a new coating, a new layer of roofing over the existing one. At this point, that's not an option based on the code issues down below. If there's already water getting into the roof system, or if it already has more than one roof, it's not an option. So to do anything except patch it, we're going to have to take it down to the structure and start with a new roof system. So that really addresses item 2 and 3, and gets us to the issue that item 4 is that the only real option to repair this roof is to start over and start from scratch. So the second building of concern is the main jail, which is the main housing unit at the administration and the inmate services. Most of the inmate services for the jail facility. It's the one with the dark roof there in the main jail location. The current system that we have there is a single-ply roof. That the jail was built in I think 1986 as a modular building. These are typically designed as about a 15-year building. They're not intended to be in service longer than that. So the roof systems that they are originally supplied with is a short-term roof in general. And it was subsequently, in about 2005 5, I believe, replaced or overlaid with a second layer that functions pretty much the same as the first one, and is also at this point failing. Inside the building, we have multiple active leaks, which are in at least one case is pretty extreme, and the problem we have is that you'll see with some of the pictures, we don't really have any way to repair this roof. It's brittle, and anything we do is just going to make the problem worse. And again, the use of the building is, of course, the primary housing unit for inmates at the jail. So here you can see on the left, this is the solution we have for our current leaks, and that's just putting a big sheet of visqueen and trying to keep water from getting into the problem areas. The other thing you notice here is that this is a roof that is covered with gravel ballast. It's to keep the thing from shifting or blowing around. It's has a problem of that as time the gravel breaks down, and we have sharp edges of those rocks that are getting in and puncturing the roof system and causing problems. So that's another problem, both in terms of what's happening to the existing roof, but also creating more of a issue in terms of replacement, because obviously that's going to have to be removed as well. And the second picture there is showing some of the workmanship that obviously we need to address to make sure that we don't have any of these leaks going forward. This is looking at the actual top of the roof. The left-hand slide photo is showing that we've actually got the waterproof part of that membrane is gone and coming apart. The middle one is a hole that we cored through to try to identify what's going on underneath and to assess the condition of the deck. And the third photo there, where we actually observe standing water that's gotten inside the roof system and is sitting on the structural deck below. Obviously, when the water is in there, it's just a matter of time before it finds its way in addition to potentially causing damage to the structural system itself.
So unfortunately, if you want to just give us a quick, wrap up, we do have a timed item at 10:30, so we are going to have to move on to. My speaker on, sorry. We are going to have to move on to recognizing employees. But if you want to give us just a quick wrap up, I'm sorry you won't be here for the rest of the item later.
Well, I can be around this morning, but I just have an appointment this afternoon, so okay. I can be around after this next item. This basically goes through the same issue that we're stuck with replacing this roof, and then the last building that I won't get into in any detail, but is the EOC building, which is where we operate the Emergency Operations Center and jail programs and the detectives. It's a very old roof. Its leaks aren't a big problem yet, but there's really nothing left to the roof there.
Okay. Yes.
Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO. So just doing a quick flip through on the pictures for the benefit of your board and the public on this roof, which is again failing and has limited options for anything beyond repair. And so then the final slide that we've got here indicates the $1 million that your board allocated for roof repairs, the 1.7 that your board has previously allocated for the administration center, with the cost estimates for each of those 3 priority roofs. And it's my understanding that this is basically where your board might pick up on deliberation when this item continues.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we will continue this item, and we are going to move on to our timed item 5D, presentation of employee service awards to eligible employees with 15 to 30 years of service, followed by a reception in their honor in Conference Room A. I am usually over there, but. All right, Human Resources is our sponsor. Welcome.
If everyone could come in and find a seat as soon as possible, we're still in session. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our semi-annual honor for our employees who have been here for a number of years. This morning we have several employees to honor who have been here for anywhere from 15 to, do we have any 30 years? We have even up to 30 years this morning. So we'll go ahead and get started, and we're going to start with the Assessor Clerk Recorder's Office. Patricia Cloman, 15 years. And I believe Sue is going to come and pick up her. No, Sue is not here. So congratulations to Patricia. We'll move on to Child Support Services. Karen Ungwitter, 20 years, Child Support Specialist. And I don't think we have anybody here to pick up her pin either. So moving on. Health and Human Services Agency. Rachel Ebel Elliott, 15 years.
Nice try. So good morning. Rachel Ebel Elliott has been the Deputy Director now of Eligibility and Employment and Family Assistance Services for almost 2 years. During that time, she has just done a phenomenal job of motivating staff, of overcoming barriers. But in the 15 years, we were thinking about it and how many people she has served in this community. She's been in eligibility services the entire time. And her dedication to those efforts, she started as a staff assistant and has worked her way up. And so her dedication to the clients, the community, has just been phenomenal, and we really appreciate all of your hard work and your efforts, and look forward to another 15 years, at least.
Okay, next we have Tammy McKee, 15 years.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Brown, and this is Tammy McKee. She's worked at the county for 15 years now, and she started out as office assistant 2, and then went to account clerk 2, and now she's an account clerk 3. I met her about 11 years ago, 2007, when she came to our fiscal unit, and she is phenomenal. We love her to death. She's our, she does. I'm tongue-tied now, sorry. She's our contract expert and our accounts receivable expert, and she's the person that handles all the Social Security stuff, which I have not a clue about, handling all that stuff with Social Security. She's absolutely wonderful. She's the person who, whenever we have an event, she organizes it, she does it for us. She's absolutely wonderful. You see her walking down the hall, she's always got a smile on her face, and she's always saying hi to everybody. Without a doubt, she is our social butterfly. And we love her to death out in fiscal. And thank you so much for everything you do, Tammy. We just love you. You're our heart and soul.
Okay. Maria Hurtado, 15 years.
Yes,
a brief support for Maria Hurtado. I would like to highlight the enormous compromise that you have for our women and children at the coast. You have gained my appreciation and admiration for your hard work. I know that I can count on you and any issue that we have in our weight clinics in Fort Bragg, Point Arena, and Guadalajara. Thank you. Thank you for your commitment and constant desire to improve the county prestige among our community.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Court Peterson, 20 years.
So not only did you not get a gold watch, you don't get flowers. You got something else.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So Court, it has been my pleasure to work with you. You started as a social worker assistant. You've been 20 years with the county. You are probably one of the most flexible social workers that we've had. I think you've done just about every position that we have in Family and Children's Services, and we greatly appreciate all of the hats that you wear, including the support to one another and your staff. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anna Madrigal Duran, who is not here today, 25 years. Elizabeth Valentine, 25 years. Okay. Okay, here comes our 30 years. Cindy Roper, 30 years.
So Cindy Roper is not here today, but I wanted, as the Health and Human Services Agency Director, to congratulate all our awardees in Health and Human Services. We have a lot of people here to celebrate our employees and to give a shout out to Cindy for her 30 years of service to Mendocino County.
Very good. Okay, next we have Probation Department. Jason Costa, 15 years.
I'm Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. I'll accept this for Jason Costa. I think everybody in our department is thinking about Jason today. He can't be here today, but we are praying for him and his speedy recovery. We appreciate everything Jason's done. Started off in juvenile hall, worked his way up, became a probation officer in juvenile, was a MAGSU representative for us. That's the gang task force. Then he moved over to adult probation, where he has promoted up to being a supervisor for our field services unit, and he still is representing us for the gang task force. He also represented us in the narcotics task force here in Mendocino County. Appreciate everything Jason has done, and I know everybody in the audience from probation today is thinking about Jason. Thank you.
Okay, Dawn Tipton, 20 years.
So Dawn Tipton has been with our department since 1997. She was extra help, started in juvenile hall, then became full-time in juvenile hall, worked her way up, was a supervisor there in the institution, then promoted over to being a deputy probation officer in the juvenile division. From there, she worked her way up and moved over to the adult division like most of our officers did when realignment happened. It's a whole new experience working with the adults versus the juveniles. Dawn jumped in both feet. She's the epitome of a county employee and a public servant for us. One of my first promotions was Dawn Tipton to make her a lead in the adult field unit. From there, when I needed a supervisor, I reached out to Dawn and made her an acting supervisor to assist us. We've had a lot of turnover, and Dawn has stepped up, and she's also doing, she's our evidence technician. She's running a full-time caseload for us and is an acting supervisor. So when we talk about county employees wearing multiple hats, I think Dawn Tipton, is the epitome of that. I think everybody in the audience here today shows the support that she has, and I'd like to congratulate her and thank her for her service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
next we have the Sheriff's Department. Dustin Lorenzo, 20 years. And Julie Whipple, 20 years. We'll move on to Department of Transportation. Charles Chernow, 15 years.
So good morning. Chuck's not here, and I don't believe Gage is either. I've looked. My other two are. But let me just say a little something. We'll go ahead and announce.
Okay, let's just call them all. Okay. Okay. Lois Pittman, 15 years. Gage Ferguson. Sorry. Gage Ferguson, 20 years. And then we'll do Christopher when you're done.
Oh, really? Okay. So let me just say a little, Chuck and Gage are out working on our roads. They're both experienced equipment operators, and often my field staff don't like to come in, but anyway, they're out there in the rain right now working for us, so I'll just say that. Lois is here. Lois works in the office. She's account specialist 3. You know, she helps us pay our bills and make sure that we get money back where we have grants that'll do that. So we really appreciate her getting that work done for us. Thanks, Lois. And now we're going to call up Chuck. And now Chris Geldini.
Yes, 20 years.
Chris Geldini, 20 years. So Chris is a senior engineering technician, and he's truly senior in that he is the longest serving staff in the engineering division at DOT. So we have a lot of younger people under him, so he's definitely a mentor. Chris does a lot of the drafting design for our storm damage, the Ore Springs 3920 project that was a big deal last year. Chris basically put that together. He put together the contracts, ministered the contract that built that. So if you want to know who built that one and others like it, it's Chris. That's the kind of stuff he does. So thanks, Chris.
Okay, Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. Connie Duran, 15 years.
We're doing them one at a time. So Connie, and we'll get to Julie in a minute, it sounds like. So I'm very proud of Connie. She's been in our office for 5 years, 5 of her 15 years. She works on the treasurer tax collector side. One of her major duties, though, which is very complicated, if you can imagine, is she maintains the countywide checkbook, which has millions of dollars that funnel through it on a daily basis. So it is no easy task. She wires out funds. They're approved and all that, but she's, but she does a lot. She is an amazing worker. She's dedicated, and we are just very happy to have her.
And last but not least, one of the very first people I met when I came to work for the county, and one of the funniest and nicest people that I've ever met working for the county, Julie Forrester, 25 years.
Okay, so Julie's a very amazing woman, as I'm sure those of you that know her are aware of. So she is definitely my right hand. We definitely operate the office as a team. We talk about everything that happens in the office. We go through it together. She is instrumental. She comes up with projects, always ways to improve the office. One of the things that she took on with a couple of our staff members, Kathy Harp was in the office, and Pat Sullivan, it was about TOT, where they actually implemented going after short-term rentals that were not paying transient occupancy tax to the county. With that, this team generated over $1 million in about a 3-year period. So these are the kind of projects that Julie brings forward. I look forward to her. I have one more term. She is definitely my succession planning, and I have no worries at all that she will be able to just take over and not miss a beat when I choose to retire, and I am just so proud of her, and so happy that we have her in our office, and her family's here, and glad to see them, and just thank you. She's very dedicated, and the county's very lucky to have her, and our office is particularly lucky to have her.
Thank you.
That concludes the pin ceremony for today. Thank you all for coming, and I believe we're going to have a break now for refreshments in conference room A.
And thank you. Yes, we'll take a break at 10:47. We will resume at 11:15. And this is agenda item 5A, discussion and possible action regarding board ad hoc committees, including disbanding ad hoc committees that have concluded business pursuant to Board of Supervisors. Rules of procedure, rule number 31. Okay. Executive Office is the sponsor for this one.
Good morning, Board. Carla Van Hagen, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. Per your rules of procedure, rule number 31, each year we accept the status report from the ad hoc committee members pertaining to the respective committees and directing that the committees either remain in active status or directing that the referral has been concluded, thereby disbanding the ad hoc. What you'll see as your attachment are the current ad hoc committees that have not been disbanded and are currently in active status.
Okay, we will start at the top and walk through. We have first an ad hoc that was started in September of 2013. That is Supervisor Brown, Supervisor Hamburg, formation for a master tax sharing agreement. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really believe this should be taken off the ad hoc list and reformed at sometime in the near future. And the reason for that is because both the City of Willits and City of Fort Bragg have expressed interest in coming and talking. And I know a county like Sonoma County has a master tax sharing agreement for the entire county and the cities. And I think that the focus on this has grown. So by just, abandoning it and looking at the new year and starting another one, I think would be appropriate. That's more focused towards all three cities.
Okay, any comments on that one? Supervisor McCowan?
I do agree with that, and I would hope to be considered to be appointed to a future ad hoc. I think the ad hoc is not actually publicly met in the last 2-3 years at least. I think it should be revived, but again, in the new year, and I would certainly be willing to serve.
Okay.
And I would as well.
Okay, so.
But I think it has to have a new focus.
So the direction for that will be that we will re-refer that again in 2019.
Correct, with a possible larger focus to incorporate the entire county.
Thank you.
Next one is the ad hoc started in December of 2016 for PEG funding. Supervisor Jurdy McCowan. Supervisor Jurdy.
So I feel like the ad hoc committee and the county has performed most of the tasks. There's still one outstanding, which is obviously the lack of a fully functioning access channel for the Ukiah Valley. And there are some leads on that front that might be beneficial and that might work out, but it's not really beyond conceptual ideas at this point. And I'll just put it out there. One of the ideas is Mendocino College, which of course has a nice campus outside of Ukiah, has a media room that the public access station uses, but it's sort of used as storage. It's not fully utilized, and one possibility would be a partnership with the public access channel and the College of Mendocino for a public access station. That's just one possibility, but I just wanted to put it out there that that seems reasonable.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I have a couple of ideas of my own, which I won't mention now, but I do think there is still a need for the ad hoc to continue and hopefully to conclude our business in the early part of next year. So I would say that one is active and should continue.
Okay. We will keep the ad hoc for the Public Education Governmental Access TV active. Okay, the next one we have is May of 2017. This is a Supervisor Jurdy, Supervisor Hamburg on an ad hoc for the LCP amendments for the floodplain and accessory dwelling unit issues.
So the floodplain LCP amendment has already been submitted to the Coastal Commission. The county has talented contract planner under contract to prepare an LCP amendment for second units. She has a meeting with the Coastal Commission on the 20th, Coastal Commission staff, and she's meeting with county staff and myself and the incoming 5th District Supervisor to kind of keep us up to date about what's going on with that. And so I have high hopes that in the next year we'll have a proposed ordinance that we can consider in public hearing, adopt, and send on to the Coastal Commission. I don't know if the ad hoc needs to exist. I think if it does, it would be logical to be the incoming 5th District Supervisor and myself, but then maybe we hold off and just choose if we want to reappoint that at the beginning of next year, we would do it then.
So for now, dissolve, and it can be reformed if necessary.
Yeah, that'd be my suggestion, yeah.
Okay.
So disband?
So we will disband the LCP amendment ad hoc. Started in October of 2017, Supervisor Croskey, Supervisor McCowan. This was to an ad hoc committee for EMS and dispatch.
And I believe there's a continuing need there. However, given that Supervisor Croskey is going off the board, I think it could be reformed in the new year. So for now, we could dissolve it, probably.
I agree. I think there's definitely still work to be done, but I would say we dissolve it and then reinstate with, perhaps a different focus even. So, okay. In November 2017, the second access roads in the county, that was myself and Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, we did have meetings throughout the county and met with the public, and I think we do have some forward movement in the fact that we do have a grant application for climate adaptation, which will hopefully look at issues like the lack of escape routes or second access, and then there's the big ticket item out there of that no one really knows how to fund, which is the $40, $50, $60 million second access to brook trails. But there's, I think, some progress there. I don't know. I mean, it may make sense to reconsider at the beginning of next year reactivating that committee or some version of that, but I'm not sure if we really want to. Kind of doubt we want to continue this committee because half of the committee is going off the board.
Right, and I think it's best to disband it. And, the second access we were looking at was mainly emergency access, not necessarily the larger traffic issue in brook trails. And I think we did have a lot of positive things. We did have, the culmination of the, submitting that grant, which perhaps once we have that planning grant, we do need to reform an ad hoc to see what we want to use with the planning that comes out of that and how we want to go forward with it. But I agree at this point. I think that what we set out to do to really start to look at some of those areas, the ad hoc did accomplish. Supervisor Brown?
And if we do receive the grant funding, I would hope that a big public meeting is held, and maybe both coastal and inland. So every community has the opportunity to come forward and speak.
And there will be public meetings with it. I think that was a big role that the county is going to play in the grant.
Okay.
Even though we had MCOG be the lead for it, a lot of the county participation was going to be helping with those public meetings. And then there is a application going forward for the brook trails for one emergency route as well. So there is a
Because I keep
grant for
hearing, communities, little communities keep coming forward, and it's all over. It's everybody's district that is being impacted. And I think by holding the public meetings, more information is received as to where those communities are.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm not the only one. I bet all of us are getting phone calls every time there's a fire,
Yes.
big or small. I mean, whether it's a neighborhood house that burns or whatever, the phone calls seem to be escalating in terms of like what's the county going to do? What's the county going to do about PG&E and the power lines in my neighborhood? So, yeah, it just seems to be an increasing awareness and concern by people about safety in their neighborhoods, and it could be an unlimited list.
correct. And I do think there could be a need for an ad hoc again next year at some point to look at some of this, but this ad hoc I think should be closed. December 2017, that was the ad hoc for short-term rental units. That was also myself and Supervisor Jurdy.
So the latest word I've heard from, and you may have heard something else, but the latest word I've heard from county planning staff is that they do have a draft that they had shown us an early draft. I think it may be a little farther along, but not surprisingly, cannabis keeps coming in the way, and they don't have time. They haven't had time so far to finish up the draft and get it to us. I think it was less than 20 hours of staff time that would be ready to bring it back to the board for more feedback. I'm hoping that that could be prioritized enough within the department that it can come back to the board.
And I think that was on the list of goals that our new planning director Schultz brought forward. So hopefully they have that sense of urgency.
So again, I think we probably should disband this since I'm on it. I don't know that we got quite as far as we need to, because as you said, it just kept getting pushed back, but we do have a draft. December 2017, we also had an ad hoc for the Little River Airport land management. That was Supervisor Hamburg and McCowan.
And frankly, we were not active on that ad hoc, but I think that's one that can also be disbanded, and if it's perceived there's a need for it in 2019, we can revisit that issue with a new 5th District Supervisor.
Okay. And our last ad hoc would be the Emergency Medical Services, recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Hamburg and McCowan.
I would recommend that we could disband that as well.
Oh, another page. Sorry. Okay. I missed the second page here of the 2018 ones. So we have January 2018. This is our TOT on private campground, Supervisor Jurdy, Supervisor McCowan.
We did complete that task, so I think that can be disbanded.
Okay, disband. February 2018. Let's see, ad hoc for the Vichy Springs Community Home Subdivision. That was Supervisor Jurdy, Supervisor McCowan.
Completed as well.
Okay.
Disband.
Also in February, this was the City of Ukiah Vichy Springs litigation. Supervisor Brown, Supervisor McCowan.
Ongoing, so I would suggest we maintain that one.
Okay. Now we have the grand jury reports in May of 2018. Supervisor Croskey, Supervisor McCowan. That one was completed. We can disband. November 2018, this was the Homeless Emergency Aid Program. Supervisor Jurdy, Supervisor McCowan.
That is active at the moment, and potentially there's a need for that to continue through the balance of this calendar year.
There are some issues, yes.
So, you know, I would recommend we continue that, understanding it's probably a short-term assignment.
Okay. So we will have, as far as remaining open, let's see, we have the, go ahead.
For the ad hocs to remain active, I show that the December 6, 2016 PEG ad hoc, the February 27th of 2018 Vichy Springs litigation, and finally the November 13th of 2018 COC Emergency Aid Program will all remain active. All others will be disbanded.
So moved.
Second. Do we need a full vote on these? Okay, we have a motion and a second. We will vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Although I did not ask for any public comment. Was there any public comment on the ad hocs? Okay, moving on to 5B, discussion and possible action regarding Board of Supervisors standing committees, including 2018 final reports out of committee, approval to clear referrals from committee, possible formation of ad hoc committees, and or possible referral to the 2019 standing committees. Executive Office is also the sponsor.
Good morning, Supervisors. Carla Van Hagen, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. What you have before you is one of the final actions of 2018, which is to clear any active referrals from committee. You currently have one lone active committee referral to discuss today.
Okay, and that item is the referral of the 2019 Legislative Platform Development. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I believe that Supervisor Jurdy and I can report out that the legislative platform we did go over, it will be finalized and come before the board right after the first of the year. So it's basically cleared.
Okay, we will clear that item. Any other supervisor comments? Okay. Moving on to, let's see. Agenda item 5I, discussion and possible adoption of resolution amending the position allocation table, establishing the salary for the retirement administrator at $161,700 and approving an amended employment agreement with James Wilbanks in the amount of $161,700 for the position of retirement administrator, Mendocino County Employees Retirement Association, for the term of January 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2020. And the Mendocino County Employees Retirement Association is a sponsor. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Dr. James Wilbanks, Retirement Administrator for the Mendocino County Employees Retirement Association. You have before you a resolution for adoption and a copy of the agreement recently adopted by the Board of Retirement. Unanimously, I should report there. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, I was very pleased to see that the Board of Retirement did restructure the contract, and I believe they corrected every structural issue that the board had expressed concern for. However, although I've been told that, quote, the money's the same, the way I add up the math, this actually does result in a modest increase over the total compensation of the previous proposed contract. So according to my math, over the 3-year term of the contract, there's actually an increase of $6,000 over the previous version. So that's, it's a small amount, but what we didn't discuss last time was the total compensation. And since we didn't discuss it, if this came back at the same level as the previous contract, I wasn't going to raise the issue today. I was fully expecting to support this. But again, as I add up the different amounts for the 3-year term, and the previous one contained a housing allowance and longevity bonuses, and the current one is only the stated contract amount and the longevity bonuses, I do come up with a total that's over the 3 years about $6,000 greater. So that makes it difficult for me to support. One potential solution, if my math is correct and there's notice, and that's not the accuracy, it can be confirmed. One way to put this in line with the money's the same would be to simply reduce the stated annual salary amount by $2,000 for each year. And so that's my comment.
If I may, Madam Chair?
Certainly.
Speaking to the math question, I believe the math that you're referring to is not accurate, Supervisor. In the previous contract, there were bonuses. The longevity bonus was included. There were 4 of those at $15,000 each. That's $60,000. And then there was the $6,000 annual housing allowance for the next 3 years. That totals to $18,000. Those two combined is $78,000. The housing allowance in the proposed contract before you is now gone. There are $75,000 of longevity bonuses included there. So it is actually a reduction from the prior contract by $3,000.
And I think perhaps the difference is that with the previous contract, there was going to be an additional bonus because we were going to approve it prior to December. Is that correct?
There were 4 bonuses included there, longevity bonuses there. Now there are only 3, but they are larger.
Okay, thank you. Because there was going to be a bonus in December and then again in January.
Well, there was the bonuses were in the prior contract this board considered in November were all in December. There was also a salary increase in the prior contract in January.
Okay.
So,
thank you. Supervisor McCowan?
I agree with the statements as to the totals of the longevity bonuses and the housing allowance, so that would seem to indicate a reduction of $3,000. However, the current contract starts out with year one compensation $161,700 in contrast to $157,000. And the previous contract provided for initially $157,000, then a 3% increase, and then a 3% increase the following year. That would result in a 3-year total of just over $490,000. The stated amounts here, $161,700, $166,551, $171,548, total over $499,000. So again, closer to a $9,000 increase. So adding and subtracting, we wind up with, according to my figures, a $6,000 increase, roughly.
I'm not able to reconcile those standing here before you today. I will say that the $161,700 is the initial amount that was proposed for at the last contract, the $157,000 with the 3% increase. That's where the $161,700 came from, and then the 3% for those following years.
Well, correct, but instead of the first year being 157, the first year winds up being 161 plus.
Well, if I may, Madam Chair.
Certainly. And I think I can jump in. I think the 161 was going to start this January
that
anyway.
Is correct.
So it would have been the same amount because we were going to approve the 157 prior to January, and it would go to 161 in January this year.
Yeah, there'd be an automatic increase 30 days after the contract was approved. That was one of the structural problems. I'm still getting back to the total compensation for the 3 years of the contract. And you add it up, and it's results in a total for the 3 years of approximately $574,799 versus $568,268 under the previous contract.
As I said, Madam Chair, I'm unable to reconcile without seeing the figures and having some time to analyze those.
However, the point that the previous contract provided for almost an immediate 3% increase, that could account for the concern. So not to drag this out further, unless anyone else objects, I'll support it, but it's really unfortunate that this had so many structural anomalies to begin with, and it made it very difficult to focus on the merits of the actual increase.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown?
Okay, I was going to suggest a solution, but I believe Supervisor McCowan has made a motion.
No, I have not.
Okay.
Any further comments or a motion?
Public comment, maybe.
I'd love to hear the solution.
Is there any public comment on this item?
Or we could just go forward.
I was going to say that perhaps we could have this come back after they're able to go over the calculations.
Let's have our public comment. Thank you.
Good morning, Heidi Dunham, Human Resources Director. I just wanted to point out there appears to be a blank in the resolution. It's missing a number. And the Board of Supervisors has charged HR with maintaining the county's position allocation table and the salaries along with that. So I would just ask that if you do adopt this resolution today, that you could clarify direction that future resolutions regarding positions and salaries come from HR and not from the department.
Thank you.
And the correct, do you need the number that goes in this resolution, or there's the first sentence? Resolution should be 18-086.
18-086.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay. Supervisor Jordy?
Well, I was gonna wait for public
Do we have any further public comment?
Sherry Schotmeyer, Treasurer Tax Collector, Chair Croskey, members of the board. So I'm not exactly clear what Supervisor McGowan is referring to. Everything that Dr. Wilbanks said is what we came up with on the Ad Hoc Negotiating Committee. We took the contract and we pretty much implemented what was going to go into effect January 1 of 2019. That's the salary that we started with. And that's what we did, and our numbers were the same as what Dr. Wilbanks came up with, so I'm not clear on what that was. Anyway, but one thing I did want to recommend to the board that it does get adopted today. We have been pushing this back for quite some time. The Board of Retirement has been dealing with this for probably a good 3 or 4 months. I just wanted to let the board know that the Retirement Board did unanimously approve Dr. Wilbanks' contract twice. And so I just wanted to leave that with the board.
And is it your understanding that the total compensation is the same between this contract and the previous contract?
My understanding when we went through all the numbers was it was actually a little bit less. Like maybe a couple $1,000s less over the whole life of the contract.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCowan?
Well, again, the discrepancy comes from, I was adding up from the 3 annual stated amounts provided for the last contract, which maybe didn't reflect that the 157 was only in place for a month. So you factor that in, I think the numbers come out probably within a few $100s of each other. It does still come with some sticker shock at $190,000 a year plus, but I'm ready to go forward if someone makes a motion.
Okay, do we have a motion? Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, I'd be happy to make the motion. The retirement board, of which this board appoints 4 people to, is very happy with Dr. Wilbanks' performance and the performance of the remaining tiny staff of 3 other people at that agency. I think it's performing at a really high level, and it is generating good benefit and good value for the taxpayers of Mendocino County.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Oh, was there a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve.
Okay. And I'll second. Point.
Supervisor Brown?
Did the clerk get the number on the reso?
I did. I have Resolution 18086. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan?
And is it the intent to clarify the future salary and position allocation table actions will come from HR?
Supervisor Jordy?
As I understand it, that they would be routed through HR in consultation with the retirement board, yes.
Well, they would go from the department to HR, who would then present them to the board, I think is the normal procedure.
Certainly, maybe there was some confusion on that point, yeah.
Okay. So future.
Have general consensus of the board that future salary and position allocation table actions will be sponsored by Human Resources.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further comments? Please vote by the button. We took public comment.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Thank you, Dr. Wilbanks.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we will break for lunch and reconvene at 1:30. Do you think we can do it in 15 minutes? With item 5L, discussion and possible action, including determination of the county roof replacement project, funding priorities, and authorization for the Facilities and Fleet Division Manager to establish capital improvement projects accordingly. Welcome back.
Thank you, Doug Anderson, Facilities and Fleet Assistant Manager. Just get this projector on. So getting back to where we were, the third building that we had prioritized was the Emergency Operations Center and Jail Programs Building. It also houses the Sheriff's Detectives. There's two parts to this roof. It has a shingled, sloped part of the roof that is really old. And it has a central flat roof area that has the HVAC equipment. There's 5 units in that section. Both are in very aged condition, holding up surprisingly well. There's one significant leak in that building in the center area, but other than that, we don't have any active leaks going on. But that's just, anyway, it's in bad shape. You'll see when we get to the photos. The occupancy here of concern is the Emergency Operations Center. Obviously, one of the potential emergencies would be a flood event that would mean that we're dealing with that in the event of a serious rain event. And, you know, if the building is leaking, then that would be a problem for that operation. The other thing to consider here is that the building has 5 older HVAC units that would be highly advisable to replace at the same time that we do this roof. So that's included in that, the estimates that we prepared for this one. Starting on the right, if you look, that's a shingle roof that I don't think anybody would want to leave on their house. That's, you can see where the mineral surface is almost all gone. You can see the little gray patches where the actual tabs are gone. It's heavily deteriorated. The flat roof section, you see the white is the crinkling. That's a coating that's been put over the the asphalt roof that's there. Again, and there, it's deteriorating. We have ponding areas. You can see the brown in the middle picture where we get water ponding on the roof. That also accelerates deterioration of the asphalts in the roofing system. So that's kind of a photographic look at those conditions. As far as the patch and repair options we have here, we continue to work to contain the leaks at the current leak that we do have on that building. There's going to be limited opportunities to do patching if other leaks show up, but that's going to be limited to short-term fixes at that point. There isn't really a restoration or overlay option with this roof because there's already a second shingle roof system over that roof. So we'd have to tear off and get down to the structure before we can re-roof that building. And then that gets us to the final slide, which is just kind of summarizing kind of the 4 criteria. You can see in the cost column, I've got an estimate of the different, the projected cost of these projects. Of course, this is all subject to actual bids, and we'll need to have, particularly on the main jail, a contingency available in case the metal deck underneath the roof has been compromised at all and we have to replace decking. The condition and the repair options we've gone over on the individual slides, the risk assessment there. So I think we can leave that one up and take your questions.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you very much for a pretty comprehensive presentation of the condition of these roofs. Now, one thing that the pictures don't show are the conditions on the inside. And I did have the opportunity to toured the main jail, and some of the conditions there create what appear to be obvious safety hazards, both for the inmates and for the staff. And also we have very expensive technological equipment that is directly under some of these active leaks. So are you aware, the EOC, of course, we have critical technological installations there that are at risk. And I'm not aware if we have that same level of risk in the administration center building. So could anyone talk about conditions on the inside and what it presents?
I'm not as familiar with the day-to-day issues with the leaks inside the building as some of our other staff members. The one issue I can speak to is that the roof, the admin center that's still yet to be done includes the main server room for the county here in the back of this building. So that is also a critical infrastructure or system that we need to protect. We don't have any active problems in that area right now, but we do. That's another consideration.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. And this really worries me because you never know when you get into this what you're going to find. If we keep going down, limping down the road, doing patchwork, we're going to probably go in and find much more damage than we ever would want to find. And to keep going down this road, I think is useless. And I'm just not quite sure, how to resolve it, but we've got to get these roofs fixed.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, thank you, Supervisor Brown. I completely agree, and I think the issue is prioritization. And if I understand correctly, let's see, we have 1.7 million currently set aside for the administration building?
That's correct.
And then we have 1 million that has not been allocated to specific projects.
That is also correct.
So, and of course we have some very expensive projects in front of us, but frankly, I would make the first priority the main jail and the EOC because it's a relatively lower dollar amount. That would involve reducing the funds available for the administration center phase 2. There'd be a reduction there, but I believe that we will see at the mid-year that we actually have projected fund balance carryover that could be used to fund the balance of whatever we don't agree to allocate funding to today. And failing that, frankly, I would support tapping into the reserves to make sure we get all of these projects completed in a reasonable amount of time, because the patches on top of patches is not only not cost effective, it also does put expensive equipment at risk as well as the health and safety of our employees.
And the health and safety of those incarcerated that we have to care for.
Correct.
And one lawsuit could be a lot more than what a roof repair would cost.
Supervisor Jordy?
So I have a question relating to building number 48, which is listed alternately as jail programs, and it's on a different slide, it's listed as EOC jail programs. I was in the EOC during the call center volunteer program, and the room that we were in for the call center has new computers that were installed, I was told, by Health and Human Services agency, which is largely not general funded. And I was told when we were in the call center that they used that as a training room for health and human services employees throughout the year. So they weren't in there obviously during the call center when that was in operation. So I guess a question I have would be, if they're actually using that building on a routine basis, it's listed in black as a general funded building, but would the county have the legitimate ability to have HSSA, if they're using that building on an ongoing basis, to pay some portion of the cost of that roof?
If I may, through the chair, Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO. I believe what the supervisor is referencing is the call center when it was moved into the county warehouse building, and the EOC that we're referencing is over much closer to the jail. And there's actually, we can go back and there may be an aerial photo that will show the location of both of these buildings.
I don't think we have one that does both. Oh, yeah,
yeah. So if you can see in this picture, the building on the far right that's partially cut off on the far right towards the top, that's the warehouse building where the call center was set up, and that is the building that is used by HHSA. The EOC and the jail programs building that we're talking about at this point is on the top of the picture to the far left.
Okay.
Yeah. The EOC is the Donovan Center. So the training center that you were in for the call center is the old GSA building.
Okay.
So it is different.
Okay. Anybody else with some ideas?
Any further board CEO Angela?
Thank you, Chair Croskey. The only thing I would say is that regarding Supervisor McCowan's recommendation that if the board does choose to move forward and to touch the reserves, there probably, if we did a cost-benefit analysis, honestly, it probably would be better to go ahead and touch the reserves and fix these roofs than to leave the money sitting there and have a major problem. So I actually support what Supervisor McCowan is recommending. The only thing I would add to that is that our IT suite, where we have major equipment, we don't want to see a problem there. So if we were actually going to determine the priorities, and certainly we know the jail is a priority, that if we could add the IT suite, because I think if we have a leaky roof there and it damages that equipment, it can take down the whole county.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just as big, if not bigger, than dealing with the jail. Thank you.
And my question about the IT suite is, if we were to include that, I also took a tour of both of the buildings to look at the issues, and in the IT suite, I believe there's more problems than just the roof. So I think that's part of the issue, but I don't know if we roll in some of the other concerns in the IT suite as far as possible water damage from some of the other infrastructure in the IT suite.
Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO. So the picture that is in front of you right now shows the administration center with the phasing for the continuation of the roofs as has been suggested by facilities. And the server room and the IT suite is in what is currently proposed is phase 3. And what's interesting about this is, while those areas certainly have the highest risk to the county of active leaks, I believe that right now the worst active leaks are in what would be phase 2. So it'd be kind of a difficult strategic direction that would need to be given, because I believe that those two phases could be reversed. And at this point, we're talking about an additional $700,000 to complete only one of those two phases.
Doug Anderson, Assistant Facilities Manager. The other option we have is adjusting the phase line and including more in a phase 2, which would obviously require some more funding, but somewhat short of the overall. So we could redraw the line to include that in a phase 2 if that's the way we wanted to go.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan?
Well, so phase 1 is complete. Phase 2 needs an additional $700,000 beyond the $1.7 million that's already allocated for it. What's the cost estimate for phase 3?
At this point, I'm basing our overall estimate on the bid we received a year ago, which was $4.3 million for the entirety of phase 2 and 3. The way it's shown here, I believe that to be about 50-50. So I'm asking for a little bit more in the first half, so when we get the bids, we can award without surprises, and then we'll see what's left to get into phase 3. But does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. So I think at a minimum, I mean, so setting phase 3 aside, and you know, on some level, I think we have to leave it up to staff to evaluate what can go another year and what has to be done right now. So having said that, the price tag to complete phase 2, the jail building and the EOC, would be about an additional $925,000 beyond the $1 million that has not been allocated but is available. So just for round numbers, frankly, I would be willing to pull $1 million out of reserves with the intention that we would replenish it from carryover that would be identified during this ongoing fiscal year, either at closeout or earlier. And then I'm still not sure what to do with phase 3 if there's a critical need to, if something more needs to be done to protect the technology, then, you know, obviously we should be doing that. So, but that's kind of the general direction I'm going.
And I do like the idea of us maybe modifying our lines and including the server room in phase 2. I don't know exactly where that would put us, but I do think modifying the lines would be a reasonable option.
Yeah, is that feasible to redraw the line or to do that in isolation?
So at this point, we haven't proceeded to change the drawings from the original bid that was the whole thing. So where we draw the line is really subject to our discretion, and then I would direct the architect to phase it accordingly, and we'll create that line where is most appropriate for what our goals are.
Okay.
And it would be about $2 million additional to actually do phase 3. Is that?
If the cost that we've gotten last year holds to the future bidding period, so very likely.
Yeah, because we all know construction costs have gone up fairly dramatically.
We have identified a few things that we can correct in the bid that led to some inflated costs that I think we can correct, but I don't know. Obviously, with bidding, it's very volatile, especially in the condition, the construction conditions that we're in now. It's going to be hard to find. It has been hard to find roofers for many years, and what we're seeing with the fire recovery construction demand, it's not getting better, so it's going to be an issue.
Supervisor Brown?
I just wanted to say I agree, but we have to go forward, and we're not going to know what's below, the structural below the roof, and what more needs to be done. But we have to do this because it'll just be more costly as we move into the future. So I think that right after the first of the year is that determination when we close out and know what funding we would have, and then look at something from reserves.
CEO Angelo?
To go forward.
Well, Chair Croskey, in regards to Supervisor Brown's question, there's two issues. One is the money, of course, and the second one is the weather and if we could get the roof done. So we would probably go out for, looking at staff, we'd probably go out for RFP in January with, I don't know what the date would be that we would start on the roofs. But regarding the money, we usually get the information from the auditor and work on this and bring the mid-year forward, I think in March. I'm not sure. Yeah, Darcy's shaking her head. So we would be coming forward in March. But we certainly, we have the money in reserves. It's a 4/5 vote. If there's only 4 of you sitting here, of course, we need all 4 of you. And I don't know that you would vote on this today, but we certainly could, at the board's direction, touch the money in reserves, and then we'll know mid-year what we're doing.
With a ballpark figure?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, and I think we probably need maybe some harder numbers on this. I don't know. I don't know if it would be a 10% increase from last year on the estimates we got or what. So, but yeah, we can get all that.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I don't believe it's we have it agendized to withdraw money from reserves, but I think we could probably give direction that we would like to see staff move forward with the main jail and the EOC and jail programs building, and that we would direct that a future item come back, and of course those will come back as items too, but that a future item come back to withdraw at least $1 million from reserves. And then frankly, I would appreciate further input and recommendations from staff on whether the current 1.7 set aside for phase 2 and the additional funding that we would have not allocated to the main jail and EOC, is that better spent on what is currently phase 2, phase 3, or a new configuration that staff would prepare that would address our concerns, particularly with the server room?
Second.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
No, I want to see Carla's face.
Please, we're
Supervisor
not trying
Judy.
to make life difficult for Carla, but that potentially we can simply get that direction rather than a motion, or?
Supervisor Judy had comments.
I don't want to interrupt this discussion, so I do have a question that I want to ask.
You support giving direction to go forward with the jail and the EOC?
Yes, I do. I just have another question I want to
Right,
raise
okay.
before we leave this discussion.
Okay. So we have direction to support going forward with priority being the jail, EOC, and admin center, with a future item to withdraw money from reserves, and to look at the possible reconfiguration of phase 2 and phase 3.
If I may ask for clarification, Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO. When Supervisor McCowan was originally discussing this concept, he mentioned potentially reallocating some of the money that's currently set aside for the admin center to ensure there was enough money for the main jail and the EOC. And I didn't hear that captured in what I believe was a motion. So I'm just hoping for clarification from your board.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other, but so we have the same amount of money currently on the table. We're talking about taking $1 million out of reserves. So the immediate direction is move forward with the main jail and EOC. So if that would involve shifting some of the money currently set aside for phase 2, and then that would get replenished when we take money out of reserves. I mean, I think the direction of the board is clear. The details we would rely on staff to work out, I think.
So the direction would be to prioritize the main jail, EOC, and then the admin center. So, okay. Supervisor Judy.
So the question I just wanted to ask before we left this topic was, so part of the discussion had to do with taking money out of reserve and then anticipating replenishing the reserves when the mid-year true-up occurs. And
Or end of the year closeout.
Or end of the year closeout. And I just wanted a reminder, in past years, we've, at the time we've adopted the budget, at times we've said, should there be money carry over at the end of the year, this is how the board allocates those funds. And I don't remember this year if we did that in this year's budget. And so effectively, I just want to make sure that we know what we've done in this year's budget and we're not inadvertently taking away from something we thought we already funded.
Not double allocating. CEO Angela, did you have a comment?
Chair Croskey, I think the one principle that the board has directed throughout is that we don't use the fund balance for operations. So basically one-time money for one-time activities. So I think we're okay, and I would just look to my staff in the back. I don't believe that there's anything that would preclude us from doing the direction of this board. Yeah, that's right. So we're good. The board did not direct any action that would preclude us from utilizing a fund balance for the roofs.
Yeah, just to be clear, I wasn't referring to ongoing expenses, but in the past we've used them. Let's say we've
One
said
time we did the roads.
Exactly. So
right.
we've said sometime in past years we've said, well, if there's carryover, the
Right.
first $2 million or some portion of it would go towards, say, roads, and that's it's a one-time capital expense. I just want to make sure that we haven't intended to allocate some of those funds, and now we're indirectly reallocating them.
I do not believe we have, and that's what I'm hearing from my budget manager in the back. So I think we're fine. You're not double counting the money.
Thank you.
You're counting it before it comes, but you're not double counting.
Double count before it
Thank you.
comes. Is the directive clear?
I'd like to just repeat the directive to make sure that I have it precise. I have a general consensus of the board that staff shall move forward with priorities as follows: main jail, EOC, and admin center, with a future board item to come forward to withdraw at least $1 million from reserves and possible reconfiguration of phases 2 and 3, with a true up to occur during mid-year or end of year budget.
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay. I appreciate you being willing to come back after lunch to finish this item. Thank you.
And I appreciate their answering questions during lunch.
Okay, let me find where we are. Okay, moving on to item 5E, discussion and possible action regarding informational update on the implementation of the Mendocino County Cannabis Cultivation Program and cannabis compliance efforts. Agriculture is the sponsor. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, CEO Angelo, and County Council Elliott. Cannabis permit data as of November 30th is already submitted. It is available to you and to the public. And also, this is the last report we generated before the state deadline of December 1st. Another deadline, the next deadline will be December 31st for applying with Mendocino County. And all the appointments are already full except few cancellations. So all the new applications, we set up a drop-in box, and all the new applications are going in that inbox, and the biologist of the day will look at those applications, and we will respond to all the applicants before January 31st. In past, members of the board were interested to get update regarding those pending 454 applications. So here are the numbers. Out of those 454 applications, we have 49 applications look like to be denied. We already mailed 23 letters, warning letters, asking the applicants to respond because there are many pending documents that are needed to process those applications. There are only 6 applications are on hold with planning and building, and we have identified 60 more applications that those warning letters will go out soon. And the big one is applications pending because of CDFW, and that number is 152. So with those 454 applications, these are the numbers that after a month and a half, one inspector working full-time to go through these applications. So that's where we are with cannabis program application review update. I am thankful to Supervisor McCowan for making time to visit Ag Commissioner's office, and we discussed and updated Mr. McCowan with these applications update. So that is the brief update. I will glad to take any questions.
The only question I had is the 454. What are those ones? I just don't see it on your chart as far as where that number fits in. I'm sorry.
Can you repeat?
You said there were 454 that you broke down for us?
Yes.
What are those? What is
Those-
that 454?
Those were, Madam Chair, those were the pending applications that we were trying to sort out, or we were trying to categorize those applications.
Okay, I just didn't see that number on the chart, so I was curious. Supervisor Jordy?
It would be helpful if you could explain where do the 454 fall into, out of what categories do they come? And then the question is, so I added up, you said 49 of the 454 have already received letters that they're a warning letter, and 60 of the 454 will soon receive a warning letter. So my math, that's 109 of the 454 either have or will receive a warning letter. But I don't know what's happening with the remainder 345 or whatever it is.
Sure. The total number is for these pending applications 454. So we are not done yet categorizing all these applications, but so far till yesterday, 49 of those applications will be denied, and 23 letters are already mailed, and those letters, they got 21 days to respond and come up with the pending documents that we need to process those applications. 60 more letters will go out, and 152 applications are pending because of CDFW. We are still waiting to get response from CDFW on these applications. And there are 26 applications that we did receive final confirmation from CDFW. So if you add all these numbers, that comes to 316 applications out of 454. So the rest, that will be 126 more applications that we still have to sort out, we still have to categorize.
And then these are in your under review?
Yes.
Okay.
So the 454 is a subset of the 330 under review.
Of the 730.
730 under review, and then there's, and then aside from that, there's 136 that are in queue.
Yes.
So what do we know about those? The other under review and the 136.
We are still looking in those applications. Many of those applications are still in process. We don't know the pending documents that we need.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think 60-some of those in queue have just been received since the last update. So currently there's a flurry of new applications. So
Yes.
is that accurate?
That's true.
And again, just to reiterate, the 454 are included within those under review. And so in meeting with the Ag Commissioner and his staff, they're currently, as I think has been said before, doing this very exhaustive review, application by application, and also setting up an electronic format that allows for categorization and tracking of these applications. But each single application, they're having to go through, open up every attachment, so every document associated with it, determine if the documentation is complete, which documents do we have that we didn't need. So one inspector is assigned essentially full-time, although after doing it for a bit, he said, could I do something else for a day? Because it has to be mind-numbingly tedious to go through every single application. So it's a time-consuming process, but what is being distilled out of that is, here are the people that need to get a warning letter because they are incomplete and they are not responding. Here are those that are pending action by the water board. So at the end of this process, you will be able to say definitively who fits into which category. And I think we'll find out that the percentage of completion by the department is a lot better than the numbers seem to indicate, because there's quite a few applications that either it relies on a state agency to take action, but other than that, we've done everything we need to do, or it relies on the applicant to do something and we can't approve without that information. And so it may not really show up in the numbers at this point, but I actually believe we're making a lot of progress in having a functional system.
Okay, any public comment on this item? Okay, any other board comment? Thank you very, oh, wait, we have one.
So I'm taking your word for it. There's a lot of progress. It's just not showing up in the report.
And frankly, I would encourage that at least by early next year, we would include line items for these are ones for which warning letters have gone out. These are ones pending action by the State Water Board, pending action by Fish and Wildlife. So it does provide that more comprehensive view. So, you know, and I don't want that to impede with getting the work done, but there's interest in having an accurate accounting of what we're actually doing. And again, I think we're doing better than the raw numbers may indicate.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay, moving on to item 5F, discussion and possible action regarding updates associated with 2017 fire recovery efforts in Mendocino County.
I did one of those today.
Because I usually forget.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Nash Gonzalez, Fire Recovery, and joining me here is Schwinn. And first of all, I wanted to go ahead and go through the Planning and Building Services numbers, as always. To date, the department has received 70 applications for administrative permits for the temporary occupancy of RVs or travel trailers. 67 have been issued, 2 have been withdrawn, and 1 is currently on hold for more information. Moving down to building permits issued, 161 permits have been issued, 15 remain in queue. And then the good news is that the department has finalized 39 permits to date, and that's as of yesterday. 17 are manufactured homes, 8 are single-family residences, and 14 of those are accessory buildings. At the last board meeting on December 4th, I reported out that we had received confirmation of 2 out of 5 of the NOIs, or notices of intents, through the Cal OES grant program, and that included NOI approvals for the early warning detection grants programs for sirens and cameras. As of late last week, we received approval of the 3 remaining NOIs, which include the Defensible Space Assistance Program, the Mendocino County Communications Infrastructure Reliability and Resiliency Improvements, and then the Mendocino County Hazardous Fuels Reduction Program. So that's an additional $5.7 million in grants that leads us now to what we call the sub-application process. So we'll be working with our grant writer to put those sub-applications and move those forward. Grants do take time, so it may be sometime this spring that we hear anything on the sub-applications once they're submitted after the first of the year. So that's good news, is that we have been pursuing those grants, and they've been giving us clearance. I did receive notification from Cal OES that the grants for the safety element and the hazard mitigation plan, they have accepted the information. They had a few questions that needed to be answered, and they roped us back in, so we got that information to them. So now it's just a matter of waiting to see for the final approval. And if that's, we anticipate to see that after the first of the year. In the meantime, we're starting to prepare the RFPs for both the safety element and the hazard mitigation plan. So in anticipation of receiving that good news after the first of the year. Also, I'd like to point out that in your packets, it was the grants matrix was included that I believe Supervisor Croskey had asked for at the last meeting. And what that does, it shows the tracking of the grants programs that are coming in and that we're pursuing. And then lastly, yesterday we both had the opportunity to visit the first Hope City home, which is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,200 square foot home that's being constructed at 2530 Rolling Hills Road in Redwood Valley, which is between Road K and Inez Way. And I was very impressed with what's been done out there, because speaking with the job superintendent, one, they are basically using this as a training opportunity for youth to learn the trades. So far, they've had 3 groups of youth go through there, one from Mendocino College, a group of, as they put it, a group of Amish boys that were there from Indiana that actually did the framing of the structure. And again, this structure was started in late October. It is basically a shell today, and they're working on finishing up the drywall and installing the flooring at this point. So they have moved very quickly, and it's a very good product, and I think our fire survivors are going to get a very good product, because there's no sloppiness. This is a product that looks like it was built by a custom builder, because everything is so in order. So I was very impressed, because I've looked at hundreds of homes over the years, and this one is a very well put together home from what we can see. And again, the last group that's there right now is the AmeriCorps folks, and again, they're finishing up the drywall. But I just wanted to go ahead and point that out, that that structure is moving along. They anticipate building another 5 in the next few weeks. They're waiting on the permits on those, and those are ready to be issued very soon. The other thing, too, is that they were very complimentary of our building department at the county, because they felt that the building department was also instrumental in teaching these young folks what to look for and so on in building. So I guess kudos to this group, because they're learning a trade and they're creating homes for fire victims. So if the board has any questions, that would conclude my report.
Thank you, and kudos to the Planning and Building Department for doing such a great job working with that group. Supervisor Jordy.
So Nash, maybe you could remind us a little bit about the Hope City program. I think it was intended, it's a nonprofit, nationally based, and it was they come in and help build houses for people who did not have insurance, or a portion of the people who did not have insurance.
That is correct. It is a nonprofit that basically are working with youth to teach them a trade, build homes for those that were either underinsured or had no insurance. And again, one of the things that I did notice on the site is there was a travel trailer under use permit. They were very grateful because, and this is Hope City, because they have a trailer there with a lot of expensive tools, and they're very fortunate to have somebody living on the site while the work is going on as well. So I think the board did a great job in approving the ordinance, allowing these travel trailers there for a number of years to see the rebuilding, and you're actually seeing people back onto their property. So it was a really good feeling to go out there yesterday. And I don't know, Schwinn, if you've got any comments, because you were there yesterday. But in any case, it's all good. We're really seeing some good things out there in the field.
Thank you. Other board comments?
Thank you.
Public comment? Okay, thank you very much, and I do appreciate the spreadsheet with all of the current grants. It's hard to keep track of just how many things are being applied for, and it's nice to see that. So thank you. Okay, that'll move us to item 5G, notice public hearing. Discussion and possible action including 1, adoption of resolution, adopting a negative declaration for a general plan amendment and rezoning of a 10.63 plus acres parcel located at 3201 Taylor Drive, Ukiah, APN 184-140-10. 2, adoption of a resolution approving a general plan amendment reclassifying the parcel from agricultural 40 acres minimum parcel size with floodplain and airport zone combining districts to industrial with floodplain and airport zone combining districts. And 3, adoption of an ordinance changing the zoning of the parcel from agricultural 40 acre minimum parcel size with floodplain and airport zone combining districts to general industrial with floodplain and airport zone combining districts. Planning and Building is the sponsors. Clerk, was proper notice established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, we will open the public hearing at 2:17. Was all correspondence and telephone calls received?
None received.
Okay, thank you. Staff, the presentation time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, supervisors. The item before you today for consideration is an adoption of a resolution adopting a negative declaration for the general plan amendment and rezoning.
Can you please state your name? I'm sorry.
Thank you. Susan Summerford, staff planner, Planning and Building Services.
Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. Okay, as I was saying, a resolution adopting a negative declaration for a general plan amendment and a rezoning for a parcel located at 3201 Taylor Drive in Ukiah. The assessor's parcel number is 184-14010. Also an adoption of a resolution approving a general plan amendment to reclassify the parcel from agricultural 40 acres minimum parcel size with floodplain and airport zone combining district to industrial with floodplain and airport zone combining district, as well as adopting an ordinance changing the zoning of the parcel from agricultural 40 acres minimum parcel size with floodplain and airport zone combining district to general industrial with floodplain and airport zone combining district. We recommend approval, and the Planning Commission also approved the project. If you have any questions.
Supervisor questions? Supervisor McCown?
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the comprehensive information, and for all the reasons stated, this is an appropriate action, although it's currently zoned ag. It is surrounded by industrial land uses, and in fact, the parcel to the west, which is the headquarters of the Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority, although zoned ag, obviously is developed for industrial purposes. So we might make a little note somewhere the next time we're doing general plan updates. Maybe that's one where we could conform the designations to the actual practice, given that with this action here, it's obviously totally surrounded by industrial uses.
Any other questions? Public comment? Any final remarks from staff?
I don't think so. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to adopt the resolution adopting a negative declaration for a general plan amendment and rezoning of a 10.63 plus acres parcel located at 3201 Taylor Drive, Ukiah. Adopt resolution approving general plan amendment, reclassifying the parcel from agricultural, 40 acres minimum parcel size with floodplain and airport zone combining districts, to industrial with floodplain and airport zone combining districts. Adopt ordinance changing the zoning of the parcel from agricultural 40 acres minimum parcel size with floodplain and airport zone combining districts to general industrial with floodplain and airport zone combining districts, and authorize chair to sign the same.
Second.
Okay, and before we vote, we will close the public hearing at 2:21.
Sorry.
I didn't want to interrupt you in the middle of reading all that.
Interrupt.
Okay, please vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to agenda item 5H, notice public hearing again. Discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution denying general plan amendment, GP 2006-008, rezoning R2006-0012, except for the timberland production zoning changes for APNs 131, 11004, and 36, and 132, 320, 06, 07, 24, 26, 27, 42, 43, and 45. And for portions of APNs 132, 210, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41. Approval of rezoning R2006-0012 for APNs 131, 11007, 16, and 17, and portions of APNs 132, 210, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41, and authorizing planning and building services to submit a local coastal program amendment to the California Coastal Commission. 2, adoption of ordinance changing the coastal zoning of parcel APN 131-11007 from forest lands to timberland production zoning district, and changing the zoning on a portion of APNs 132, 210, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41 from rangelands to timberland production. And 3, adoption of an ordinance changing the inland zoning of portions of APNs 131, 110, 16, and 17 from rangelands to timberland production zoning. Planning and Building is the sponsor. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, we will open the hearing at 2:24. And with that, we will continue this hearing to an undetermined date in 2019. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is the proper action to continue it to an unspecified date, or in order to preserve notice? Sometimes we have to continue to date certain. No? Okay.
Through the chair, I'll let the clerk of the board go ahead and respond to this.
Through the chair, we have not adopted the master meeting calendar for 2019, therefore we cannot continue it to a date certain. The applicant and the departments have been advised of such.
But it might need to be renoticed then?
Yes, and the applicant is aware of that as well as the department.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was really fun to read for continuation. Okay. We're ready for break, right? I
Made
lost
a
my
big
page.
leap forward there.
Okay. And with that, we will take a break until 2:40.
I was going to move approval of the next two items.
What do you want? We have break on here. What?
Just kidding.
Oh. Good? Okay.
Technicalities.
Okay, we are back from break at 2:41 with item 5J, discussion and possible action regarding presentation of the Department of Planning and Building Services Development Activity Report for the month of November 2018. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chair Croskey, Supervisors, CEO Angelo, and County Council. You have before you...
We have to start with your name, I'm sorry.
Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director. This is your November report on planning and building services activity. And one of the things that I will note is the activity, and that you don't see in the report, activity was up in October. It's dropped a little bit in November, and they tell me that is typical for this time of year overall. And the last time we were together, you asked for some aging on what it has taken. I've put some numbers in there, but I've been digging into those numbers, and they're not really telling the story about how long it's taking us to get things done. And I hope you don't. I hope you give me a little bit more time to work with Adrian. We're working on our tracking system. Is not what it's not catching. As many of these applications are coming in and they're incomplete. We get through a process. We send out notices for correction, and then we wait. And the problem is the waiting is being indicated in there, so it looks like, if you looked at it, I was alarmed when I first saw some of the dates on it. And we're trying to put something in on Track It. We've got the firm in, and Adrian's got some ideas on how to give me a better look at how long things are taking. So I just want to tell you that's in there, but it's not where I want it to be. And the other thing... So that's really all I want to say about the report for now. We're available to answer any questions you might have about it, and we ask that you accept the report.
Supervisor Jordy.
So one of the items on the agenda, or on the summary for building permits issued under the amnesty program, the year to date was 84. For the month, it was 3. So we extended the amnesty program several times, and I actually lost track of what is the deadline under the amnesty program.
Do you have that?
Thank you, Supervisors. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. Amnesty ended on June 30th of 2018. So these dates are the issued dates, so those are applications that were received prior to June 30th, 2018.
So at this point, because the amnesty program expired on June 30th, or July 1st, so someone, if they had a building code violation and were coming in to get a building permit, they would pay essentially double the building permit fee. The amnesty program essentially eliminated that doubling of the fee.
Correct, except if they self-report. The department does offer an option of a one-time. So if your permit, just for argument's sake, was $100, and you reported yourself and said, I have this illegal structure I'd like to bring into compliance, it would only be a $200 permit. If code enforcement went out for action, it would be $300 or $400 depending on the type, because there is that investigative penalty fee. But in self-reporting, it's a one-time addition of your fee.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Public comment? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Yes. Item 5K, notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution to support California Department of Transportation proposed load limits on a county-maintained bridge, bridge number 10C0018 in the Sherwood Valley area. Transportation is the sponsor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. I do have with me here from Caltrans Structures and Investigation, Lewis Nash, who's one of the engineers that looks. The county has 127 bridges that all get looked at by expert structural engineers from Caltrans on a 2-year rotating basis. That's a program paid for by the Federal Highway Administration.
I'm going to interrupt for just one moment so I can make sure that proper notice had been established. She was away from her desk.
Gotcha.
So, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay.
And no correspondence was received.
Wonderful. Then we will open the public hearing at 2:45.
Okay.
You may continue. Thank you.
I will. So this bridge, just to be clear, it's one of the bridges that's routinely looked at. The last time it was looked at, the Structures Investigations told me, there are some, it's not dangerous, it's not ready to fall down, but we're going to have to put a weight limit on it. So basically a reduction of 3 tons over the normal, so it's not a lot. The good news is when I wrote the letter to the board that's in your packet, I wasn't sure when we'd be eligible to put it in the program. Another report's come out that's going to make that eligible. It's still, the average has been 7 years from when I start to when I actually build a bridge. But this is a proactive program. The idea is that nationwide, Federal Highways likes to look at their structures, make sure they're healthy, and before they get to a critical point, we can start to do some things to get them better. But for a time, we're going to have a weight restriction on this one. This is a bridge that's beyond the turnoff to Laytonville that everyone's always concerned about, that other way out for Brook Trails. This is a bridge that services the Fort Bragg Sherwood Road fork, and there is the rancheria out there, the Sherwood Rancheria. But propane trucks, school buses can still go over it. So it's not limited as bad as Davis Creek has been, so we've got some time. And I didn't receive calls either, so if you want to call for someone from the public.
Are there any public comments on this item?
Looks like.
No, we have no public comment. Any further remarks?
I'll just proceed with getting it into the program, and you'll find out when I bring back a contract for an engineer in a couple of years, let's say, how I did.
Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Brown?
Well, I think this is in your district, or perhaps it's the 4th. I'm not sure. But you close the public hearing, and I'm willing to make the motion.
Okay. Public hearing will be closed at 2:47.
All righty. I move to adopt resolution regarding California Department of Transportation proposed load limits on a county-maintained bridge, bridge number 10. I guess I better put my glasses on. 10C-0018, Sherwood Valley area, and authorize chair to sign the same.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Okay, let's vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Okay, thank you. The next item the board will convene as the Mendocino County Air Quality. They're not here yet. Okay. CEO Angela, would you like to do your CEO report while we wait? Okay, look at that.
So why don't we...
So we will convene as the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District in consideration of Agenda Item 7A. You have a moment. It's a long title, so take a breath. Agenda Item 7A, discussion and possible action, including approval of proposed prioritized list of applications for Carl Moyer Program Fund, authorization for district staff to fund projects as proposed and as funding becomes available, and enter into contractual agreement with each of the applicants that outlines the requirements associated with these funds following final approval of each project by the Air Resources Board, and authorization for the transfer of funds to each of the applicants upon receipt of proof of work completed. Air Quality Management District is the sponsor. Welcome.
Thank you. Barbara Moed, Executive Officer, Air Quality Management District. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, CEO Angelo, and County Council. So, let's see, the California Air Resources Board administers the Carl Moyer program. The program creates incentives in the form of grants for private companies or public agencies that operate heavy diesel engines in California. These grants are used to cover an incremental portion of the cost of purchasing new replacement vehicles or replacing diesel engines in existing vehicles or equipment with cleaner burning engines, or retrofitting existing diesel engines with abatement devices. The district has approximately $360,000 in this grant cycle. So we solicited applications from the agricultural projects, for this funding cycle due to the high number of older diesel engines currently used by the agricultural community in Mendocino County. The total of applications was $1,221,732. The district has chosen one project from each of the applicants for funding in the first round, and that's, if you look at Table 1, the first 11, the top 11 lines represent the 11 projects selected. Do you want to make a comment about that correction?
Sure.
Yeah.
Donna Roberts, Air Quality Management District. On Table 1, line 4 was project 1804. There was a typo. It says that the total project cost was $29,367, and it's actually $59,367. So it makes more sense for the eligible grant.
Yes. So of those, okay, so those are the 11 that we've selected. If any of those projects are withdrawn by the applicants, the district will choose the next project on the list that can be funded with the remaining available funds. All applications fall within the state Carl Moyer program guidelines and the priorities identified by the district.
Okay. Board comment or questions? Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to note, because this may not have been seen, but Farm Bureau sent in a letter of support.
Yes.
And they had two together, one with the Williamson Act. Oh, okay, I didn't refresh then. But I just wanted to make that clear. But the other question I have is more money, and that's the farmer program. And what do we know about that right now? With this list of individuals, could we go after that funding with the same applications?
Do you want me to explain that?
What was that?
Do you want me to explain that one?
Yes. Why don't you? Do they have this table?
No, they don't.
They don't, yeah.
We chose 20 projects from this list and submitted them to the farmer program.
Oh, okay, great.
We chose them as, the criteria for the farmer program is slightly different.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So these all had to be recalculated.
Oh, okay.
And the projections are that each of the 18 districts will get at least one project in round one. So we submitted 20. They may give us an opportunity to decide which project we think is the best project. But I wanted to get our diesel to electric projects and diesel to propane. Those are really good projects. There's no way of knowing what the farmer program, how they're going to divide it up, but there's 3 rounds. So we're just, what doesn't happen, if we get one in round 1, then the rest of them will move forward to round 2. It's hard telling, and the funding is unknown for each district.
Yes, sure.
So,
because that was done in bulk.
Pardon me?
The funding in the farmer program for specific counties, we were bulked together.
Yes, 18 districts, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So the competition is...
Yes, we're all competing for the same pool of money, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Are there any public comments on this item? Okay. Back to the board.
Okay, got to get back to where we are.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the proposed prioritized list of applications for Carl Moyer program funds, authorize the district to fund projects as proposed, and as funding becomes available, and enter into a contractual agreement with each of the applicants that outlines the requirements associated with these funds following final approval of each project by the Air Resources Board, and authorize the transfer of funds to each of the applicants upon receipt of proof of work completed. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further comment? Okay, please vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to item 5N, the CEO's report.
Thank you, Chair Croskey. The CEO report is online, and I'm hoping that each board member has a hard copy in front of you. Starting with human resources, we have, or we will have in January, a new health and fitness website that's designed to make the health and wellness program more convenient and more personalized. The new site's designed to really make the incentive program easier to access and to utilize. And so we'll be looking for that next month. The board had requested not only the vacancy list that you see that's attached to every CEO report, but also a list of extraordinary merits, and that is attached as well. So you have 2 lists from Human Resources at this time. On page 2, we have the Mendocino County holiday schedule, which is attached as well to the CEO report, but all county offices will be closed December 25th and January 1st of 2019. And in addition to that, many departments will be closed the week of December 24th through 28th. So please remember that next week the offices will be closed. And how that works, as it's worked every year for the past, I don't know, we've been doing this at least 5 years at this point, I would say. This is our winter break, and it's a benefit to our employees. How it works, though, is that 24-hour services, emergency services, urgent care services, they are all still very accessible. All of our 24/7 services. And the departments will all have people on call in case they have to open for some reason and they have to come in. And that will be the executive office as well. And any staff person or member of the public can visit the county's website for individual department information. The next item, I didn't know if, was there a question on this at all? No? Okay, all right. The emergency medical services update, I'm going to read this to you. On October 16th of this year, the Executive Office in Health and Human Services presented to the board about the local EMS Services Agency, the LEMSA, and various LEMSA models and core LEMSA requirements. Health and Human Services will be returning to the board in 2019 with a LEMSA update and proposed changes to the contract with Sonoma County for services through their Department of Health Services. That's Coastal Valley's, they are Sonoma County employees. Sonoma County doesn't have a contract with Coastal Valleys. We have a contract with Sonoma County for Coastal Valleys. And that current contract for Coastal Valley's services expires on June 30th of 2019. So since the board presentation on October 16th, the state EMS authority provided additional feedback and requested additional information in order to approve the county's RFP for an exclusive operating area for ambulance services. We are working with Coastal Valleys and with the state to provide that additional information. I don't even want to say with the goal of releasing this as early as possible. We've been talking about releasing this RFP for an exclusive operating area forever and a day right now. And the last wrench was sending it back up to the state, which we had to do. You know, we cannot release an RFP for an EMS service without it going up to the state. And so that's where we are. And, you know, we're hoping, but I can't give a date on this at this point because it's out of our control. It will be up to the state. I do want to say regarding the LEMSA models and the return to the board with a LEMSA update, we do have a committee that's been working with county staff, and what the committee has asked is that they can review the existing contract for Coastal Valleys, and we know that that contract is public information, there's no secrets, and that they will review and give us input. So I believe that we will be negotiating with Coastal Valleys at some time soon once we get input from some of the providers. So that is the EMS update for today. The Redwood Valley County Water District update. So as this board knows, we did receive approximately $10 million or so in funding for the Redwood Valley Water District for the water project. And this is an infrastructure retrofit project. And so Howard Dashiell, our DOT director, has been assigned as lead. He's doing a tremendous job on this project. It's amazing how well this project is going under Howard's leadership. There was a request for proposal that was sent out for consultants to assist with this project, and Howard, there was a committee. Howard's in the process of finalizing that. We think that the contract will be approximately $1.5 million, and that is for permit penetration, design of professional services, preparation of documents, property boundary, right-of-way. I mean, it's a big project, which is why the county is working with the water district on this. They're not doing it by themselves. Anyway, so the contract should be let soon, and the project is moving forward. And so I, again, really thank Mr. Dashiell for stepping up on this one. Page 4 is Health and Human Services. I'm not going to go into this, but you can see a lot of the activities that HHSA does as far as community services. On page 5, there's an update on the new opioid safety and how to use Narcan, naloxone, but it's Narcan, and that's been released by Public Health. And the statistics here are staggering. Out of the 58 counties in California, Mendocino County is rated 4th in opioid deaths per 100,000 people. So it's amazing that it's that high. So that's why Narcan is really being a focus right now as far as these opioid deaths. And you can see that there is a lot of education that's being done by our public health staff on the opioid crisis and the use of Narcan. And there are counties where their public safety officers, their deputies, and their police officers carry Narcan. And so basically, there's a couple different ways you can give Narcan, but the Narcan that they carry is, I believe, a spray, so they can spray it, and the person who is overdosing on opioids can wake up, so to speak. So I do not believe that I know that our deputies are not carrying it. I don't know about our police officers. So I think that'll probably be one of the next things that we talk about. And I do believe that County Council has done some work in that area as well. So.
Thank you. NACO had a whole program on this when they were in Long Beach. It's probably been a year and a half ago, and I think many of us attended. And I also think that they have kits for law enforcement that you can get at a discount. That's the way I remember.
Yeah.
So.
I think I can't say why Mendocino County is not doing this. It really is the sheriff's decision whether he wants to move forward with Narcan with his men or not. I'm not certain. I know that County Council and I have had discussions, and we've also had discussions with Liebert Cassidy Whitmore about this, and what the liability is with this. But I think that it will eventually probably be a best management practice in public safety. It certainly is a trend right now. So I'm certain at some point we can have someone from the sheriff's office come and talk with us. So it's not a matter of money. It's not a matter of not having access. I think it's really, at this point, a preference. I can't speak for the sheriff. I just know that my perspective has always been, what's the liability to the county if we have deputies that are carrying Narcan and for some reason that Narcan is not administered to that person? So is there any type of liability? But at this point, again, it's not our decision. It is the sheriff's decision, and I don't know what he's thinking. We haven't discussed this in a while. But Narcan, and then at the last CAO meeting that I went to, this was a big issue as well. So we're seeing this more and more. We're seeing more counties and more police departments that are using Narcan.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And potentially, there's also a liability of not having it available and not using it. So, that goes both ways. And as you say, I think increasingly it's coming to be seen as the best management practice.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, on page 6, the road extension project update. Just very briefly, on June 19th of this year, the Board of Supervisors authorized the submittal of a grant application to the Economic Development Administration to fund the extension of infrastructure, utilities, and a roadway connecting Ford Road with Ore Springs Road. The project's estimated to cost $11.3 million. 80% of that expense is funded by the grant, and 20% is actually paid by the property owner. If funded, the project will support the creation of many new jobs from local businesses that have committed to expanding in the area once new infrastructure is in place. The primary goals of this project are to improve the resiliency. That's why this money has been allocated. It's a resiliency fund. And obviously it creates a road, it creates more access, and it also assists with economic development. So there was an MOU between the county and the landowner that I believe was on this morning's agenda. The county received notice that the EDA is continuing to review this application, and we expect a final decision in January. And if this project is funded, construction on the new road is anticipated to take place over the next 6 months. And the road design is attached to this report.
Supervisor Brown.
So it said attached to Ore Springs Road. So that means the way the property goes, I'm trying to figure it out in my mind where it would attach.
If you look at the map, Supervisor Brown, there's 2 maps. There's a road design, and then
attached?
There's a second map. Yeah, it's attached to the CEO report.
Okay.
And actually, yet one more time, Steve Dunicliffe is our expert on this, and he certainly could come in and go over the map with you, but you can see where it's attached.
I see where it is now.
Yeah, and the road, I was out there over the weekend, not this weekend, last weekend, and it will be a fairly nice size road. I mean, it's going to be rather wide, and obviously for trucks. So I think it'll certainly be a benefit to that area, and will also attract more businesses in that industrial park. Shall I move to the next item, or Supervisor Brown? Okay. All right, the Ukiah Valley Shaded Fuel Break update. I believe that Supervisor McCowan might be talking about this in Supervisor Report, so I'll leave this one. And then budget update. Our budget trainings continue, and I want to thank the Executive Office budget team, along with the Auditor's Office, and specifically Darcy Antill, for working to put this training together for our staff. It's something that we've wanted to do for years, is do more training around the budget, the county budget, how to develop it, how to implement it, and how to manage it. And I think we're moving forward with that nicely. So that's happening. I think that we also have the OpenGov, which is the budget transparency module that was selected by the county 3 years ago, and we are working on that as well. So the software simplifies public participation and engagement, and I won't go into any more, but you can see how to access OpenGov, and I believe that you saw that we showed you that at first quarter. Cultural Services Agency update. I won't read this, but you can see what's been happening with cultural services and the library and the museum. And then the animal shelter has statistics. I won't go into that either. And then on page 10, you have the upcoming board meetings, dates of interest, and vacancies. And the attachments that you have the extraordinary merit increases, which is next, and then you have the vacancy list, which is 2 pages. Then you have our news release that we put out twice now on the holiday schedule with our departments, and then you have the 2 maps on the road, and then the vacancy notice. So that is my report for today, unless there are any questions.
No more questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. And we, Chair Croskey, we do have a ledge report today.
Okay, wonderful. Then we'll move on to item 5N for our legislative update.
Hello, good afternoon, Board Chair. Sarah Duquette, Deputy CEO, Executive Office. I'm here to give you a quick federal update. So as you know, there is an impending government shutdown possibly this Friday. The continuing resolution expires at midnight on Friday. It's not as bad as previous shutdowns have been. Only 6 of the 15 federal departments are there outstanding appropriation bills for. So transportation, HUD, DOJ, Human Services, EPA, and USDA. So it does seem like they're getting closer to a deal. It's mainly around the border wall. This morning, their press secretary, Sanders, alluded to that they're willing to compromise. So we might see them actually compromise on that funding and be able to move forward these appropriation bills before the end of the year. But one really big and exciting thing happened, and it's the 5-year continuation of the Farm Bill, which really authorizes a lot of money for rural communities and including Mendocino County. So in the Farm Bill, there is a number of programs that are continued around conservation, and a lot of that includes local dollars to counties and the state. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, was renewed. There's a lot of talk about significant changes and reforms. The reforms are pretty minimal. It reduces the number of exceptions for related to work rules for eligibility for the program. In addition, there's a lot of programs that got continued for broadband, and we actually had a new program, Access to Broadband Telecommunication Services in Rural Area. So with this program, it's going to provide a lot more match fundings from the federal government for putting in a lot of the high-speed internet facilities and communications. So that's good news for us and our consortium in our county. One of the programs that also continues is our programs around community and economic development, which helps a lot of our rural business owners. For forestry, there's still a lot of funding coming to us, and they actually have a new funding around wildfire mitigation to allow funds to come to the state. So a lot of lands that are federal forest and state forest that they can work together, and there's funding to work on fire mitigation. So that's some new dollars there, which is beneficial. The biggest item, I believe, to come out of this, which is a huge step for the United States, is the legalization of hemp. So now hemp is federally legalized. So with this bill, industrial hemp is now considered an agricultural commodity. Hemp will become eligible for crop insurance coverage, federal grants, loans, and loan guarantee programs. The legislation also clarifies that no state or tribe can prohibit the transportation of shipment of hemp and hemp products across state lines. The program is really light on regulations. It's pretty much allows states to come up with their own regulatory plan, submit it to the USDA. They'll stamp it in 60 days, and you're good to go. It takes away any of the criminal prosecution related to industrial hemp production. And this is a really big deal and could be the baby steps towards larger reforms around cannabis and descheduling. So moving forward, we're going to see a lot of, I think, a lot of agricultural entities moving towards hemp production, and we could see that grow here in California. So that was kind of the biggest and unexpected surprise in the Farm Bill. And that's just a general update, and we're hopeful that we won't have a government shutdown, but we'll keep you updated, and then we'll be back in January to present the legislative platform. We'll also have Paul Yoder and Karen Lane here to provide you with additional legislative update for the federal and the state government as we move towards a new administration here and a new legislative session, both at the federal level and state level.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. Yes, I saw that in the updates from CSAC and RCRC and NACO. But there's also hemp regulations moving in California. And I believe they had an advisory committee maybe working on it. I'm not sure, but it is moving. And I had ran off the information, and I guess I left it at my computer at home, but ran it off this morning. But that is happening, and we had quite a few local people that have brought the growing of hemp forward during our cannabis discussions. So I think it's important to get that information out to them that it is moving.
And with Proposition 64, it directed CDFA to develop the hemp program.
Exactly.
And so we'll see that on the horizon, and there could be a potential conflict between hemp production and cannabis production, but we could also see an interest growing in doing that kind of agricultural commodity here in this county.
Thank you very much. Okay. Item 5O, discussion and possible action, including authorization for the Health and Human Services Agency, acting as the administrative entity on behalf of the Mendocino County Homeless Services Continuum of Care, to apply for an allocation of up to $4,921,967.86 in homeless emergency aid program funds. Authorization for the Health and Human Services Agency Director or designee to sign agreement if funding is awarded, and any renewals or amendments that do not increase the maximum amount. An adoption of supporting resolution declaring a shelter crisis in Mendocino County. Health and Human Services is the sponsor. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Tammy Moss Chandler, Director of Health and Human Services. Thank you. Chair Croskey, members of the board. This item is coming back to you today after being first seen on November 13th last month, and coming back to your board after the creation of an ad hoc committee of Supervisors McCowan and Jarity at the November 13th meeting. This opportunity to partner with the Continuum of Care is unprecedented in Mendocino County's history, at least in the last recent history that we're aware of, in that for this funding opportunity, funds actually applied for through the Continuum of Care will be received through a lump sum payment, and the Continuum of Care will actually be responsible for subcontracting and contracting with the awardees of this funding. In the past, the Continuum of Care has applied directly for the funding that's come through the Continuum of Care, and then the state has contracted directly with the nonprofits, so the contracts themselves didn't come to this Board of Supervisors in the past. Certainly this is the most funding we've seen for homeless services available in Mendocino County for a long time, if ever, and so we're looking forward to partnering with the Continuum of Care in new ways through this funding opportunity, with the application due in 2 weeks at the end of the year. What we've learned since the last meeting is that for the application to be submitted through the Continuum of Care, there actually is not a whole lot of detail that's necessary, but the Continuum of Care actually has been working on an application and funding process to encourage applicants. All that information and their application process was included in your board packet. They actually had a meeting yesterday where they provided their preliminary reviewer recommendations out of that application process, and have come up with a preliminary recommendation of about $4.5 million of the $4.9 million available. Those aren't finalized recommendations. The Continuum of Care Governing Board didn't take action yesterday. They received that information to be considered in terms of next steps to look at their contracting processes. So we don't have actually a full list of who those awardees or contracts will be yet. We just have those preliminary recommendations at this time. So at this time, we're still planning to apply for the distribution of this allocation that's due on the 31st, and then work with the Continuum of Care around their work to contract and select the awardees of this funding. One thing that's come up recently through this this process is actually more questions about the Continuum of Care's role in Mendocino County. It's unique in Mendocino County that the Continuum of Care for the homeless resides within Health and Human Services. A Continuum of Care does not actually have to function as a county agency at all. In many counties, it actually is operated out of a nonprofit or a JPA or a collaborative. In some counties and cities, it's actually run through county and city departments in connection with housing authority duties and other housing programs. But we're certainly unique in Mendocino County in our partnership in social services with our homeless providers. And we expect to continue to build on that. But one thing that's come up is that a Continuum of Care, wherever it resides, whether it's in a county agency or not, really needs to be working in accordance with the Brown Act. So we'll certainly be working more closely with the Continuum of Care going forward to help make sure that they're trained and equipped to function in all of their duties and roles as a commission with training and the supports of the Brown Act, because we provide the staff support, the employee support to the Continuum of Care out of our social services branch. And actually as an agency-wide support at this point. So with that, I'll open to any questions or comments.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think it's extremely important with the Brown Act compliance, especially if they're going to be awarded public funding, that occur. And so wherever the recommendation comes from, I'm glad to hear that it's going to go forward.
Other comments?
Well, Supervisor McCann and I both attended the meeting, as did Tammy and quite a few other people yesterday, where they heard an overview of the proposed projects, but did not take action as a board. It was an informational item, and I'm sure Supervisor McCann will have much more to say about this. But it's clear that the review process they've undertaken to date was not in accordance with the Brown Act. Just leave it at that.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, optimistically, of the 4.9 million, their preliminary recommendation did include 3 million for a housing project that would construct within a larger project 20 units devoted to homeless, others low-income categories that arguably would be at risk of becoming homeless. There was another significant housing project that, by their preliminary action, did not recommend funding for that would, within a larger project, develop 40 units to assist homeless individuals, and the other 40 others low income, at risk, 10 I think developmentally disabled through the Redwood Center. So you know, there were a couple of projects there that geared towards housing, which, again, through the Marbut report, out of the 28 recommendations, probably at least 25 of them can be implemented simply by deciding we're going to go in this direction. The key recommendation that can't simply be implemented by deciding to do it is to develop more housing at all income levels. So I think that's why Supervisor Georgeanne and I have placed such an emphasis on attempting to maximize use of this one-time money for projects that actually result in the construction of housing that would actually get people off the street. That said, the 4.9 million would not be enough to fund both of these projects at their full request, but I do believe the continuum of care is motivated to look at how can both of these projects be funded. Potentially the requests can be restructured with more exploration of what does each project really require to be able to still be competitive and get funding, or are there other funding sources? So it may be only one of them is funded through this round, but I think there's an intent to try and find the funding source that would see that both get funded. Another project that I consider related to housing is Redwood Community Services request for funding for their facility at 1045 South State, which is to be a homeless services day center, and also does currently serve as the winter shelter, and may also be approved to be a year-round shelter, another need identified by the Marbut report. And experience has shown that even though it may simply be a temporary shelter where people are there for a day or a month or 6 months at a time, giving that level of stability often results in their ability to make the connections that does result in housing. So significant funding was recommended for that, although less than the full construction budget. So particularly if both of the housing projects can't be fully funded, I would hope the continuum of care would look at allocating sufficient funding to complete all of the capital improvements necessary for the RCS project. Also, as Supervisor Georgeanne and I think Supervisor Brown pointed out, there actually are some issues related to Brown Act compliance. The continuum of care really wasn't sure to what degree they were subject to the Brown Act. And I do believe County Council has done some research that clearly indicates that based on the continuum was created pursuant to federal legislation, they're a public agency subject to the Brown Act. It's also true this is the first time that this particular process has come forward in this way. So there has been a lot of confusion as to what exactly is required in terms of approving applications, submitting applications, doing the final process of getting them approved. So again, what we're doing today, I believe, is approving the shelter crisis resolution to guarantee that funds can be used for capital projects. Also authorizing submittal of the application, understanding that the individual contracts will come back at a future time through, I believe, through the CFC continuum of care, but then I think they will come to the board for final approval. So, you know, it's a great opportunity to fund projects, and another positive of the continuum of care preliminary recommendations, they are dedicating the funding towards capital improvement projects, and then it does to some degree become a question, should those capital projects either directly provide housing or directly provide the support for it. So, you know, it's an ongoing process, but I'm confident we're ready to move forward. I do believe Director Tammy Moss-Chandler has some revised language for the recommended action.
So in review with County Council, the recommended changes to the language is that to authorize the Health and Human Services Agency acting as the administrative entity on behalf of the Mendocino County Homeless Services Continuum of Care to apply for Mendocino County's allocation of $4,921,967.86 in homeless emergency aid program funds, contingent upon the use of broad language that supports funding goals and not specific projects that are subject to approval through a continuum of care process that is Brown Act compliant. So that would add that additional language to assure that we're able to apply for the continuum of care application, and that also there won't be information included in the application that hasn't gone through properly Brown Act COC process.
Okay. Supervisor Brown, your comment?
Yes, and I think the clerk's going to need that language.
Yes, right.
So she
forward
can
it to
get
you
it
right
in
now, Carla.
correctly. But I do want to say that I think we're not the only area, I don't want to say county, but the only area throughout the state that was taken back by, you know, all of a sudden this funding coming, and many not knowing exactly where their continuum of care was lodged and who belonged and what have you. So I think that's really a positive step, and I'm ready to move the motion. Unless there's
some public
more.
comment first.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. One moment. Let's have public comment. You have a quick question?
Well, I'm not sure if it provides greater clarity or not, but with the language that's been recommended, I would suggest adding future. So it would say specific projects that are subject to future approval.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this item?
Good afternoon, Dan Anderson, Madam Chair and Board of Supes. I just briefly, not to speak about any particular project, but wanted to communicate to the board that this is a really important opportunity for our county to take a step forward on some of our capital improvement projects, providing some additional resources to our homeless folks. So I appreciate the conversation about doing this properly. I think that's appropriate feedback, but I do hope we can move forward on this because there's timeliness involved here in terms of getting the funds out so that we actually can provide housing and support for some of our neighbors and friends. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Okay, and we'll wait one moment so the clerk can get the motion. Then perhaps you can read the recommended motion back to us. Do you have a comment other than a motion, Supervisor Brown?
I want to ask a question.
Okay, I believe I have the suggested action as authorize the Health and Human Services Agency acting as the administrative entity on behalf of Mendocino County Homeless Services Continuum of Care to apply for Mendocino County's allocation of $4,921,967.86 in Homeless Emergency Aid Program funds, contingent upon use of broad language that supports funding goals and not specific projects that are subject to approval through a continuum of care process that is Brown Act compliant. Adopt resolution declaring a shelter crisis in Mendocino County and authorize chair to sign same.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. Did the ad hoc meet during lunchtime?
It did.
Okay. I wondered about that. And
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you. And again, I'm not sure if it helps that much, but maybe incrementally that are subject to future approval through a continuum of care process. So I'm suggesting adding the word future.
I'd like to.
Okay.
You think that is agreeable?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just in nonverbal consultation with County Council, we actually do think that language is fine to add. Thank you.
Okay. We'll add the word future. All right,
And
Supervisor
the
Brown?
reason I asked that question is because obviously you were well aware of what the motion might be in adding one word. So appreciate that. And now what happens to the ad hoc?
Why don't we take that up in January?
Okay, that sounds good. I think we said earlier that we would keep it.
Until at least the end of the year, so.
But now I'm
On
seeing.
a short-term basis.
Right, okay.
And if Supervisor McCown made that in the form of a motion, I'll second it.
Well, I think by our previous action, we probably have covered it.
Well, I thought you were.
Oh, this motion.
This item, yeah, not the ad hoc item.
Well, I believe Supervisor Brown was intending to make the motion.
And who seconded it?
Sure.
Okay.
I said I'm
Okay,
ready
we
to
have a
make the
motion by
recommended
Supervisor Brown, and we have a second by Supervisor Jurdy. Any further comment?
With future added.
With future added to what the clerk previously read. Okay, please vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Thank you very much. Okay, Supervisor reports. Who would like to go first? Supervisor Jurdy?
I'll start off. As mentioned earlier, I've been getting contacts from people regarding, fire concerns, neighborhood concerns. It just seems like every time there's another incident, it just raises a level of anxiety, and there have been some recent just single home fires that have prompted neighborhood concerns. So I've been communicating with code enforcement, with our single EOS employee and others, trying to just get more information and PG on that. Also, so the CEO just left, but we do have 2 new board members coming on board. I know that the executive office is in the process of developing a very, probably the biggest binder I've ever seen that's going to the new supervisors. I don't know if this is getting bigger every 2 years or what, but
Well, the bottom line is when Supervisor McCowan and I came on, I don't think we got anything, did we?
I think we did.
Not much.
It wasn't like that.
It's a pretty big binder. Anyway, so I think this week it's being distributed to the new supervisors, and I know obviously the executive office does some strategic planning about how to bring on new supervisors, and I'm just putting it out there under comments from board members that I'm hoping that in the first couple meetings, let's say of the year, that we have some kind of agenda item to discuss things like, does the board want to have a deep strategic planning session? Virtually every board I've ever been on does a 1 or 2 day strategic planning session, and I think given the turnover on the board and the fact that we haven't had that for much of any of it for several years, I think it would be really important for us to do this. So I'm just hoping that they are preparing some kind of agenda item for the first month or two to let the whole board discuss what this would look like. And given the magnitude and the scope of the county government, it's so much bigger than like little Mendocino Transit Authority, which did one about a year ago, and all these other agencies that do it. I just feel like it's a good process to identify priorities for the organization. And again, there are 2 new people coming on board. I don't know what their priorities are actually in many ways, and so I think it's a way for them to be able to, put their input into how we approach issues. And even if we don't make a complete prioritization of all issues, at least it kind of sets the stage for issues coming back to the board in the next year to 2 years. So I think that's one of the most important things we could be doing in the first 2 months of 2019.
Could I respond? Supervisor Jurdy, I agree with you. And I also think it's important, like, we set some priorities today about our capital improvements. And I think we have priorities, we have policies that we've already passed, that should begin any discussion that we have. But I fully support what you're recommending.
Supervisor McCowan?
And I agree also. I think we have set quite a number of priorities, and yet we will have 2 new supervisors coming on, and I think it could be very valuable to take the time out to really have a discussion about what are the strategic priorities moving forward. And I think the last couple of years in particular, everyone's been so busy doing everything we're doing, there really hasn't been much of an opportunity to take a step back and say, what would we like to do if we weren't under the gun with all these other things? So, I think that could be a very valuable exercise. In terms of supervisor reports, as included in the CEO's report, there was a community meeting regarding the Ukiah Valley shaded fuel break to renew the existing break constructed in about 2004 along the Western Hills within the city limits of the city of Ukiah. Permission slips from landowners are actively being collected, and it is anticipated that the work on the existing portion will go forward in January. The county is working steadily to be in a position to extend that shaded fuel break to Highway 253 on the south, to Hensley Creek Road on the north, looping behind Mendocino College. That's only one of 3 phases of enhanced fire protection for city of Ukiah and neighboring areas. There would also be fuel breaks developed on ridgetop fuel breaks. Some of those are in place now. Additional ones need to be implemented. They do require environmental review, as does the extension of the shaded fuel break. Also, we are anticipating that through the CAL Fire Vegetation Management Program, there would be some controlled burns on the Western Hills. There's one project that may go forward this fall or spring. There are others that are in the application process. And in combination, all of these, which all are intended to extend from 253 to at least Ore Springs Road and some to Hensley Creek, could provide, multiple layers of protection if a fire were to start to the west. There are also 14 neighborhood groups that collectively are the City of Ukiah Neighborhood Fire Safe Council. They are actively meeting both as a group and as individual groups. And also, there are ongoing meetings with Assemblymember Jim Wood, CAL FIRE, City of Ukiah, County of Mendocino. Assemblymember Wood is very helpful in making sure that this project stays a priority and that Caltrans keeps moving, CAL FIRE keeps moving forward. Local CAL FIRE says it's a priority. CAL FIRE in Sacramento says it's a priority. And as Steve Dunnicliffe says, we need to keep making the next step. And I do want to acknowledge Steve Dunnicliffe for the very significant amount of work that he's been doing on all aspects of this project and networking with all the entities involved. And I'll float a little trial balloon that during our budget workshops, rather than waiting until budget hearings, during our budget workshops, I would request we have consideration of increasing funding for the Fire Safe Council, which can be a very important vehicle for attracting grant funding to implement worthwhile projects countywide. And we do have fire safe groups countywide, some of which, like Sherwood, have actually become fire-wise, I believe, which I think qualifies them for maybe even more funding. But certainly that's an initiative I'm sure we all want to support.
Thank you. Can I ask a question? I know where the city limits are north and south, and I believe I know to the east, but where is the city limits to the west?
Well, it varies, but in general, the city limits do go partially up the hills, and then, of course, they continue all the way up Stanley Street. But I think there's a map included in here, possibly.
It's not good enough to really see.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to ask that question because it is confusing.
Yeah.
So it's a county, city work, but
if you stand on State Street and look at the hills, most of what you see is actually in the city limits, in line with the north and south limits. But partly because of that, wildland-urban interface and the city-county interface is why it's really so imperative we all work together.
Absolutely. Right. But I was just curious to ask.
Yours?
Okay. One of the items that was passed out at the CSAC annual meeting was the California County Fact Book 2018, and I forgot to mention it, but it gives a lot of statistics about all the counties in the state, people, eligible voters, crime, revenue per capita, but I have found it very interesting and wanted to share it with you in case any of you would like to go through it. As reported earlier, general government finished their work for the year in having a legislative platform, a draft copy, and that's being finalized that will come forward next month. I attended the Inland Water and Power Commission meeting. It was mostly reports and updates. It was the same time as your meeting on the Western Hills, and you had a big crowd. So I attended a Santa Rosa, it was the California Public Utilities Commission meeting in Santa Rosa last Friday. County Council was there as well. It was very, very good. It was a workshop on impacts from de-energization, focus on vulnerable populations. And I found the panels just really interesting. Many items that disabled people or issues they brought forward with the rolling blackouts and how you help these people that are disabled in some way or another, or they're elderly, don't drive, they've got a walker. I had thought about some of it, but I did not think as deeply as these panels and the actual people went into details about their needs. So I found that really, really interesting. Stayed for the whole panel discussion, both of them, and met a man by the name of Dr. Naveed Paydar, and he is our liaison person from the Public Utilities Commission. And I have invited him to attend one of our meetings to come introduce himself in January, because we all know all the work of the PUC and anywhere from broadband to, you know, cell phones and also all these wildfires with the utilities, electricity companies. So I think we all need to meet the gentleman in person and have him speak as to how that's going to work and what's, you know, upcoming that we can participate in all those areas. So I stepped out there, and I hope you don't mind. I do have more information on all the wildfire mitigation plans with the Senate bills and what have you, and I can share that if you so desire. I attended the Rural Counties Association board meeting, and mainly we did a lot of actions that we do every year. The proposed budget was passed. There was revisions to our bylaws, and that had to do with language for officers and executive committee and the voting procedure by secret ballot, and assigning the next action with that was assigning Sonoma County, who's a new member, to Region 3. We had officers election, and Matt Kinsley of Inyo County will be the incoming chair, along with Darren McDaniel of Merced and Stacy Corliss of Mono as the two vice chairs, and that'd be first and second vice chair respectively with the two of them. We did consider guidelines for RCRC participation as amicus curiae or brief. And now that we have legal counsel that actually works for RCRC, CSAC does this, many organizations do, and they file amicus briefs on different cases that they find important. The board of directors basically approved the overall effort and suggested guidelines as we went through the meeting. Leadership awards. Every year they give leadership awards to different individuals, and the individuals being honored this year are Assemblymember Jim Wood, again, that's CSAC now and RCRC, and Assemblymember Brian Dolly. And the awards will be presented next month at the installation of officers reception, I guess you would say, in Sacramento. Also, there was a lot of discussion about forest management and wildfire, and we were provided with an update on several efforts currently underway in the legislature. So we've got to watch those, and various state and federal agencies to address our persistent wildfire events that are quite horrific. Also, we went over the proposed 2019 policy principles and discussed them, but any revisions will be discussed at the January Board of Directors meeting at the same time they have the installation of officers. But if we have any additions or changes, it must be received by RCRC by the end of the month. And let's see what else. We did talk about the Farm Bureau. Sarah talked about that. So the information is out now. It wasn't at the time that we held our meeting. There was an update also on the status of the Cal Recycle regs, and how they relate to organic waste. And actually Mary Pitto, who has done this for years, she's retiring. So we won't see her again, and that's going to be a huge hole for RCRC, because she has always been very involved in all the calorie cycle analysis for RCRC. And I think that's about it there. And the one other thing I wanted to talk about is also a news flash that I received, and that had to do with the new proposed Waters of the U.S., WOTUS, and that is out now. So we need to look forward to hearing more about that, and from our national organization as well as our 2 state organizations on the new proposed definitions. And there's a little bit of verbiage here, but who knows? You know, I'd rather wait for the full analysis to come out. But I think all of you remember how concerned we were because of the implications for our county and our county Department of Transportation with the regs that formerly were there. And I think we all know that President Trump directed EPA to withdraw their definitions and to rewrite them. So it'll be interesting to see the analysis when it comes out. So I think that's about it, but we do have to keep our eye on it, because every side of the road may become Waters of the U.S. with lots of implications that, and very costly reporting that we may have to do. I mean, it was just pretty horrendous. So that's it.
Okay. Item 9, we will be adjourning to closed session. 9A was withdrawn, but we will be meeting on 9B and 9C. Okay, and we are back from closed session at 4:34, and direction was given to staff in item 9B and item 9C. And with that, we will adjourn.